Okay, here we go again. Hey guys. Anyways, getting ourselves sorted out, aren't we? Happy Monday, I guess. Happy Monday.
It is Monday, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was like racing home and I was confused because I seen something say it was like at 3 and I was like, wait, what? No. Anyways, welcome to the live, you guys. Hi, sunshine on a rainy day. Hi, Shameen, mods, chat. Sunny. Hi, Allie. How are you? That's from England there. I heard the children were observed in New Glasgow with relatives. Yeah, they were. That's what they put that out already about the, basically mom, dad, children. Um, other ones as well. I can't remember exactly who, but it was all family. And I'm sure that they were observed by the public somewhere. Shami, hello? Hello.
Hi.
Okay. I still want to say crockett every time I see this word.
Crochet.
I was like, touche, crochet. Okay, I'll stick that in my memory banks on there. Thank you guys. Again, you guys who's ever coming in to watch right now, please hit that like and the share. Do it for, of course, Lily and Jack. Never for the sake of the channel. And so just always for the murdered and the missing, if we could just do our little part there. Hi, Irina, how are you? Hit that like button. Thank you. There's Melissa. Hey, Melissa, how you feeling? How you doing, girl? I haven't actually messaged you in a bit, have I? Well, it's two-way street, actually. No, I love you on there, but honestly, sometimes I'm like, shoot, haven't messaged my son. Hi, Valerie, on there. This is every time I see this word too, I always want to say Sicily for some reason. Sicily. Like, yeah, that's just too hard on the tongue. On there. Hi, Sil. How are you? Hi, Susie Little. Nice to see you guys. Hi, support with Stepha. Love you, Chica. Hugs to all. We are living in challenging world, so look after each other. Okay, so you meant everyone but Charmaine? Is that what you meant? Oh, actually, it's Joe. That's it. Bonjour, ou least. Hi, Kent. How are you today? How did you get on early? I got off work at 2:00. That's how I got on early. Thanks, sunshine. Not good today. I forgot to message people all the time, but I did send you something. Oh, did you? Okay. If you did, I didn't see it yet. My bad. Still got emails to answer. Oh, which reminds me. That reminds me. I need to say 1 second here. Sandra, you bought a coffee, which taco on the coffee app, and I seen that after the live yesterday. So thank you very much for that. So I always have to try to remember these things. I think I'm pretty good most times on there, but I try because you have to appreciate, anytime someone donates or buys a taco or something like that. So always appreciated. Thank you so much. Charmaine ain't splitting with you.
Oh, good. I ain't here for the money.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Don't even get me started.
Hi, Donna Williams. How are you? We're just going through this right now. Sunshine. Hi, ladies. Okay. Ça va bien, merci. Ça va bien. Et toi? That's something I remember in school, okay? You were riled up last night. I don't call that to be riled up. Yeah, I guess. But I'm never like, let me put it this way. Like I said, I'm not a person that gets like angry and mad and holds to that. But was I upset yesterday? Definitely. Absolutely. But it's again, I mean, whether people believe me or not, I'm never upset. It's what people do, how low people can stoop, stuff like that. That's what, because this is about Lily and Jack. Before, sorry?
It should be.
Right. So always my thoughts are about Lily and Jack. Family is is secondary to me to that in a sense, because it's not take away from them, but it's always about the missing and them murdered first and foremost, because these are the victims, right? And then behind that is family members type of thing. And, and then third, it's you guys. Okay. But no, if it wasn't for you guys and stuff like that, obviously the awareness wouldn't be out there the same. I just try to do my part, right? As the channel kind of grows, the more awareness I can do. And that's really the only thing that even keeps me in the true crime. So many times I've thought to bail on it because it's just heartbreaking stuff. It's hard on my heart. And I don't like that people are in pain in these situations and stuff like that, And it's like I deal with heavy stuff at work all day long, dealing with issues all the time. And then to do lives on top of that. So like I said, so considering I'm just like a happy, bubbly person, I wake up smiling, I go to sleep smiling. There's nothing really much unless someone there's nothing really much that truly bugs me, to be honest. But sincerity and genuineness and stuff like that. And so when people try to trample on that, and talk, crap about you and stuff like that, or do nasty things like go to people's Facebook pages, that's what was really getting me, is that people ruin things because it's like, how can you act like being an adult and be that warped in the brain that you literally go to people's Facebooks or whatever, not just in this case, all the cases. It always and I don't understand that type of mentality. It's so immature. It's so ridiculous. You guys are grown-ass adults, right? So it's kind of like, for the people that do stuff like that, it's just disgusting is what it is. And so it takes away from the reason why this whole thing is about, which is about Lily and Jack, And so when people sit there and make a mockery of a case, that's disgusting. You're a disgusting human when you do stuff like that, right? So I just don't understand that type of thinking. But yet these people exist. I get it. But, what can you do? Put them all freaking on an island and freaking sink it? I don't know. DD has a rather rude post just to put up not too long ago. Yeah, I could care less about that dude, to be honest with you. Seriously, I could care less. Integrity is ace. Yeah, you like you said, do their own due diligence and stuff like that. I don't care. Little mama, people go too far. They do, and it's just, I can voice my opinion like anybody. So that's how I feel about it. I just feel like, when I just don't understand how people want to play games in Facebook groups or trolls and chats. I know it happens, but should people do stuff like that if you're caring or if you have a brain cell and stuff like that? No, but there's warped people out there, and that's just the bottom line of it. And it sucks, but it's true. Real life is tough enough. We don't need more crap. We will appreciate it. Right. And I don't take anybody's crap. I don't take anybody's crap. You hear me, defective detective? I don't take anybody's crap. I don't need to give you receipts or anything, like I said in my post and stuff like that. But it is. It's like I'm literally watching, right? Clutch Them Pearls, Justin, and I had so much respect for him up until I saw that live yesterday. And
I didn't think that was so bad because I listened to that today while I was driving, and I can.
It wasn't
where the questions come in. You're not going to just believe what you see and then wholeheartedly. He wasn't rude or ignorant about it like other people.
Kind of he was. Actually, he was to me. I felt like he was. But I felt like I was half and half there. Meaning, as he's saying it, he's just kind of putting them up. And he's he has no idea about them at all. So why post it if you literally have no clue about what you're even talking about? If you don't even know my channel and you don't come and watch it to know. And then it's not like he hasn't said my channel before. And it's like, I don't even know who's that. And I'm just like, whatever, dude. But I felt like it was like there was part of him. I do believe that Justin is a really good guy. I see he has a big heart out there, so it's not like I don't see that. I do, but yeah, he jumped on DD's wagon and it's like the two of them were feeding off, at the end of the day, does it actually bug me? No, I don't. It doesn't care. At the end of the day, I do this for myself. Yeah. right? I come on here, give my time because I care about cases. It's not about the content. Other content creators, they do their thing and whatever. And if they want to make a mockery out of something, what can I do? Simple as that. But I do have to give Dolly an apology because when I hopped in his live that day, and he was talking about those posts, he was just like something like some YouTuber. I don't know why it's so hard to remember. A crying shame. We always say all the time, a regular saying is a crying shame. So how can you forget a crying shame? To me, that's how I think about it. But anyways, and so then I was listening to it the rest of the way, and I was just like some YouTuber, like type of thing. And I was like, what? But then somebody put a post saying it was at this time, like that he did shout me out on there, because I do find Dolly rather fun. Like, I definitely find the dude funny, I mean, the guy, he just has one of those quick-witted type of, humors and stuff like that. But I was just starting to get really offended by people taking crap from our channel, like Daphne Sullivan stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like literally, like, not even just saying like I got it from this channel, like the channel. That's the respectful thing to do, right? But people are just taking it, running with it. DD there doesn't even freaking, he takes one post on it. It's like, calling the family like, oh, like basically I call this post bullshit, and da-da-da. And again, you're feeding this to other people that are believing your crap. That's so analyze and all that stuff, but do your due diligence. That's my problem. Do your due diligence. If you're going to talk about something, get your facts straight before you start putting it up when you don't have your facts straight, So you would think that a lawyer would do that. My bad. Anyways, I was very specifically talking to Dee, and I think Dee responded to my defense of you ladies.
I mean, I would like to say a couple of things.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, I regret sharing some of that, even though I mean, I have a lot more, including where I was told that he'll allow it and specific things that he did not want us to discuss. And I was very respectful of that, and I did the best I could. And it was extraordinarily uncomfortable. As far as Dolly goes, and the video he put out today, just the quick one he did in his car, I watched that and I commented on it, and I actually talked to Dolly, just because he's not wrong, you guys. When you put something out there on YouTube, of course, we knew that creators were going to grab it. The problem is grabbing it without the context. But this is just the way of YouTube, and I am not well versed, or I don't do this. So my bad. I'm taking the blame for this, and the only part about the whole situation right now, and nobody else bothers me. I will reach out to Justin myself. I don't mind talking to these people, not to defend myself per se. But I mean, I didn't fake anything, and I want people to understand that. However, I don't want to do more damage to the family. But like I said, the only part that is eating at me now is that there's somebody going around saying that I've faked and made up the entire conversation. Like I said, like I have time in the day or a desire to do something like that in a case of missing children. It's a terrible thing to accuse me of, and if they knew me, they would never. So I don't mind talking to these people, and I will. But I've been hearing today that it's actually Daniel out there saying that the conversation is fake, and I don't know what to think about that. But I don't think that it would have been Daniel, because he knows what's all in that conversation, and for people to say that we pulled it down because the messages were fake.
Right.
We pulled it down because he panicked. And I mean, we've got this, I've got it all. It doesn't matter if he wants to delete it on his end. I've got it all, where he phoned me 3 times in a row yesterday morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Telling me to get it down, take it down, detectives this, detectives.
Yeah. calling you, because I seen that screenshot, and it was
Mm.
like minute after minute he was trying to call you, you know.
And I was sleeping. It
Yeah.
was 6 a.m. here. Like, I was sleeping. It's not that I was avoiding his call. I was literally sleeping. But as soon as I woke up, I messaged him. I said, "Oh my God, what is going on? Like, I will get Sunny to take it down." And I had no idea. And so after like dealing with all of the bullshit that's been going on online and trying to defend the stream, defend what I did because I did have permission, I've been really marinating and really going over everything that was said. And
I know.
I don't know what Sunny wants to talk about and what she doesn't want to talk about, but
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Charmaine,
I'm just gonna say, like, I regret a lot. In that live stream, I said that I'm 51 years old and I'm not naive. I'm eating crow right now, very, very naive in the YouTube world. But that's my own doing and my own fault. And like I said, I have no problem with Justin to talking to him. I won't give defective detective the time of day. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I personally, I don't see a lawyer who has any ethics about him to go on YouTube and say the shit that he's been saying, not just about us, but about this case. I don't see a lawyer doing that. I have lawyer friends and they would never. So I question that. Just my own whatever. But Dolly,
yeah.
again, he does his thing. And yes, he's not wrong. We know once we put something out there, creators are going to grab it and run with it. Absolutely. My only issue was not having the context, not talking to me, not listening to the stream. And now they can't because Daniel wanted us to take it down. So there is no clarifying it unless they talk directly to me.
Right. You know, for that part there, because it is in a private thing, and that bugs me too, because the whole point is that this is a channel that's works on truth and honesty and stuff like that. But in saying that, we have to respect the people that we're talking to. Any YouTuber knows that, right? That you still have to respect their wishes, because I'm not a person to sit there and, as much as I want that live to go back up, because I think it, but for good purposes, and I said that to Belinda today, like, the live's down, I'll have to think about it, but I'm not going to, I have to think about it, because the whole point is that like, we expected people to screen grab, and do whatever. That part, I was expecting, but in a sense, but it was like, be respectful to the channel that provided that information, and at least give the channel the shout out for it. Just like Daphne's post, we didn't get any of that. Instead, it's just been more like slack about it. And the thing is, I understand that YouTubers are always, questioning things and doing that, but I just believe in, when you have to eat crow, you eat crow. But I believe in doing my due diligence, as best as I can. So I don't like bringing up or talking about things if I'm not even like familiar with what I'm showing you, and I have no knowledge of it. I don't feel comfortable doing stuff like that, But yeah, and I would say from that live, I would say that there was some things that I like that I probably wouldn't have put up myself, because as you see it, it does really put Malaya in a bad light. It's true. I mean, when there's no context to it. And in a sense, you're kind of thinking that people that are taking it are going to take some context with it, instead of not having context and talking about it, but that's always a learning curve with stuff like that. Never would our intent ever be to ever stab someone in the back, be ungrateful and do something maliciously or for self-absorbing intent. In a sense, never would it be ever for selfish reasons. Never. Okay, not this channel. So the live, like I said, I mean, it sucks because it is a place to come to listen to the truth of what was being said between Charmaine. Now, I did post in that post last night that Charmaine, me and her, I was working on a tribute video for Lily and Jack. She was working at the home her and Ian are building there, and she was literally talking with Daniel like pretty much most of that day, right up, like meaning up until we went live. It was literally minutes. Now, I'm the one that typically takes care of screenshots and say, hey, send them to me, right? Type of thing. And then we'll discuss maybe what we're going to show, what we're not. Charmaine just kind of quickly cropped them. We could have shown more of what she asked him, but it was really the fact that the live was coming up. She quickly, I didn't even know what was said in the ones that we were showing and stuff. And then I was talking to Belinda myself. I mean, there was a couple that I was like, ooh, right? Because we know that Daniel didn't want Malaya, even though Malaya has done herself no favors. We understand that. She's not, I mean, she's guilty of hiding, if you want to call it that or whatever. But, at the end of the day, he loves Malaya, and anything to hurt someone you love, even if they might have done you wrong by perhaps ditching you, the day after, it's still Daniel's, whatever you want to call it, other half, their partner. Let's use the word partner. But anyways, so it is what it is. This case is very important to this channel. We'll always be truthful. We'll never fabricate or imply something that's not true. And that's why, like Charmaine said, the information that Daniel privately was talking with her about, I can't see him calling the post fake, because the stuff that he said he wouldn't want out there. You don't piss people off, but not to say that we're going to sit there and go, who will, Daniel pissed us off, so let's show you the content. It's not going to happen regardless. But people would worry about that. Well, if I said this, so to me, that's just a bunch. I can't see, he might, but I can't see Daniel doing that, knowing full well the other things that he spoke about in those messages. Anyway,
What about that one screenshot? Do you think showing that would help?
Which one? Help?
Like the last one where he was asking me to take it down and calling, just so people can see, like, what am I going to do? Fake that?
Send it. Go ahead.
Well, I did. You've got it already.
Oh, amongst my other ones?
I'll send it. Doesn't matter.
No. I can go to it. But it's just that you said they all came in as a package. But it should be near the end. No. Well, yeah, actually, here it is. I got it. Don't worry, Charmaine.
Okay.
I got it. Okay. And I'll bring it up this way. So
there's two of them. I mean, it went on for quite a while. There's two of them. I know I don't owe anybody anything, but
I know you feel bad. I know you feel badly, because this was just supposed to be bringing awareness to Jack and Lily, right? And bringing you guys some extra information that you guys didn't have. There was no selfish reasons again for any of this. It's not about gloating that, hey, Belinda's talking to, me, and that Daniel's talking to Charmaine. It's not about that. And it never will be. And people can twist that shit all they want. But you know what? I know who I am. I know who Charmaine is. And there was the best intentions at heart for this. And he obviously felt like the attacks on Malaya, plus he still loves her and stuff like that, and that it was in a bad light, right? So it's not that I don't see how that could be shown like that. I do, when I look at the crops of how the messages look. Now, do we know Malaya? No. Do we even know Daniel? No. Appreciated that he did speak. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that bridge is burnt for sure. But it is what it is, right? Bottom line is, whether Daniel's involved in talks, even Belinda too, right? It's appreciated, but it's never expected. All right. Because like I said, we would never do anything intentionally to ever hurt somebody or try to betray their trust. Not the way we work. I hope Daniel takes a moment to realize that his threats have been there for a day, and his actions did bring it on. Malaya took her Facebook down already. Okay. You don't think she probably had tons of threats before this? But again, this is his love that he loves. Now, however we might feel about that, we might feel like this is ridiculous, including myself, right? But it's his story. It's his life. You can't tell somebody to stop loving someone if they feel like, that they were just trying to help them in their life, make their life better, and loving them. Sometimes when you have someone that is got a lot of issues perhaps going on, which she does. Um, and then you have someone that's trying to be that, knight in shining armor in a sense, you know. It's just one of those things is that sometimes, like I can't blame him for that, because when you love someone, you just don't like be ditching them, even if they're doing things that you said, "Oh, I'm not going to take that crap. I'd never do this and I never do that." Again, sometimes when you're not in their shoes, it's just easy to make those judgments. I can understand it. I like it, but we don't exactly know why Malaya left either. I mean, again, there possibly could be a good reason why this is all happening, about why she's not in the forefront and, searching for her kids, begging for her kids. Maybe there's some excuse out there that we just don't know about. Maybe there's not, you know, maybe it is what it is. It is what we see. He demanded an apology from It's a Crime and Shame, or else he'd do a video on the text in the channel. So he did that today. Again, the ego, don't care. Honestly, I really would have to honestly care that he did that, and I don't. Right? It just shows, like, honestly, I'm sorry, but I can smell a narcissistic personality, someone that's the know-it-all, so it's okay. I see exactly who he is. Don't care, whatever it is. I don't play those type of games with people. Support with Stepfather. Okay, sorry guys, it's 3:47. And Charmaine, is there anything else you needed to get out? Oh, you wanted me to show that one. Now, I mean, my phone.
Somebody asked if I had actually talked to him on the phone. Unfortunately, I was sleeping. When he tried to call me 3 times, I was sleeping, and I sleep with my ringer off. So,
yeah.
And that's what I want Sunny to show. Like, I didn't fake this stuff, you guys. Unfortunately, I did not get the phone calls because I was sleeping, but I believe it was him. Maybe I was duped, but I believe it was him.
Charmaine, like, honestly, I mean, it's not like Belinda couldn't sit there and say yes, that's him, right? Of course she could. So it's one of those things. Again, I know you feel badly about this, and you don't owe anybody anything, type of thing. Anything that we have that we provide, it's still always going to be about the cases first and foremost. It's not about,
like, I don't understand where whatever his name is, defective, whatever, detective, whatever. Why, after everything that happened with simple screenshots, why would I want to put my Facebook up on, like, my whole browser up so that you can harass my friends and my family and my grandkids? Like, what? And attack me in other live streams, in their chats? You want me to put my personal information out there? If you want to see my Facebook, then go do it. But the things I don't want the public to see are privatized. But if I pull it up on a YouTube live, it's going to be out there for everybody to see, to pause and jot down names. I don't know the links these people will go to harass me. There's no chance in hell that is going to happen. Believe me, don't believe me, but I mean,
I just don't understand this right. I've never said to somebody, you know what? I need you to prove to me this. I need you to show this. I just don't understand this, right that they feel like they have to tell us how we should show things. If we make a mistake, sorry, we'll own up to it. But we don't owe another creator anything at all. The people that we care about as creators, they're good friends of ours. And I'm very picky about who my friends are, because I would actually have to care about the other people. And I just don't, not that way. Right? I'm not friends with Clutch Them Pearls. And I don't really want to, talk badly too much about Justin, because I really do think he's a really great guy, but for Dee Dee to kind of come in here the other day and it came off as very arrogant and snarky, like show us this, show us that. No, get it yourself. Why don't you start talking to Justin? Oh, wait, because not Justin, sorry, Daniel, oh, wait, because he probably won't talk to you, right? But it's like, do your own homework. Get your own freaking information. I don't sit there and go, can I have your guest on my channel? Thank you. I don't. I just pretty much stick with my own little world on this stuff. Now, um, again, we don't owe nothing to nobody. We owe it to you guys to show our receipts and so that you guys entrust in us as a channel. That's who we owe it to. And if somebody still wants to say whatever, trash me, I don't care. Right? Go somewhere else then. I don't care. It's about Lily and Jack and the missing and the murdered and these cases. And it's about showing honesty and integrity and truth. And if people can't handle that, you guys know where the door is. Simple as that. Now, Charmaine, so in saying that, I don't want I think the Vigil is in like 40 minutes here, guys. So let me put that up quickly. There's that. Of course, Lily, I want to just get back to this. I'll come to you back to your post in a sec, Charmaine. But just remember why we're here, okay? It's about the cases, isn't it? Right? I mean, either people like channels or they don't like channels. I'm seriously over that stuff. But this is it. I added some butterflies and flowers because this was their little post to it. But it's not so sweet. No, actually, it's sweet, but it's sad. That's what it is. 2 little children missing since May 2nd. Today's May 2nd. It's been a month since these children have disappeared. What happened to Lily and Jack? Isn't it just they use such? I mean, like I said, I added the backgrounds to it, but it was just nice little coloring and stuff like that. So that's the biggest. Yeah. Daniel has not passed. Why? Because you didn't hear it. Oh, actually, Paul. I got a screenshot for you too, actually. But let's do Charmaine's first. One sec, Charmaine. I got to get that picture again.
There's 2 of them, but even if you show one, I think they can get the idea. But my responses are on the second page.
Oh, okay. Can you just quickly send me that second shot then? The one I'm putting up is the phone call one. Could you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm I'll wait for that, but let me just 1 second here. Cancel. Where is it? Present. No, I don't want present. I want this. Share screen. Nope. I don't want that. I want image file. That's what I want. What is I think this is it. Oh, there it is. My loyalty is to Justin and I love DD. I follow him. So I just wanted to, because I came across that, as you're sitting there with all your weird ass comments in there. And then I happened to go over and I see this and it just made me LOL. Now, you're more than welcome here. But of course, if you're going to get spinny on me and stuff like that, please just leave. I don't got the time of day for any trolling or whatever like that. But anyways, so I just want to make sure that we know that your loyalty is with Justin and I love DD and I follow him. That's perfect. All right. You can love him, and you can love him all you want and I can dislike him all I want. I don't hate the dude. Don't get me wrong. Okay. He has his channel. He does what he does, blah, blah, blah. I don't like arrogance and I don't like people telling me ever what to do with the channel. But anyways, so I see where your loyalty is. Anyways, that just made me laugh when I saw that, Paul. Not going to lie. Now, let's get back to on topic here. Okay. So
I did read it, Reach for the Sky. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Like it is, I don't want sympathy, but it is really, really hard for me. Like this was unexpected and naively unexpected.
Even if don't piss me off though, Paul. You can have your opinions all you want. All I'm saying is just don't piss me off because I'll be the first one to boot your ass out of here if you do. You can have your opinions off. It's how you say something that matters. That's the difference. But you can have your opinions here. You guys got duped. Okay, he's gone.
There's 2 other ones in your.
Is there somebody else? Who else?
No, just oh,
to me. Okay, so there's this one here. Sarmaine, if you just want to go over that, and I'll screenshot them. Yeah, Paul can go away. he can go suck on somebody else's butt.
So, like, you guys, this is what I woke up to yesterday morning. Just remove all that, blah, 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 blah. Tried to call me, remove it all, everything now, remove it. Like, he was losing it. And the other ones were just kind of my response to that. And then, I mean, the conversation, it's...
So,
I mean, I don't know how I would fake this or why somebody who wasn't Daniel would go off like this. Do you know what I mean? That's the only reason.
I think it's crazy. Because when you read the conversation, he says you can use that, but he said, be careful and blah, 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 blah. Well, what did he want then? Like he might as well just said, don't show anything. Because you probably put the most soft stuff, in a sense, out there of what he all said.
Yeah, like the conversation, reading back on it, I mean, I could do so much damage, and I have no desire to do that.
He's jealous. Yeah.
And I don't understand if it is, because this Pictou person is back on Facebook right now.
Yeah.
Saying, well, why did you fake an entire interview in a missing children's case? Of course I wouldn't do that. I didn't do that. And if that's Daniel, I don't understand it.
Yeah, no problem. So, but the thing is that this is what we expect. It's sad. It's truly sad, right? But again, the people that know this channel, you guys know how we work. The people that don't, well, you know what? Go watch somebody else then. Go watch somebody else. Other than that, we're not here to, like I said, play games with you guys. You guys know that. I don't even have to say this over and over again, to be honest with you. If Dee Dee did that, you know what? Good on you, Dee Dee. Great. Awesome. You're amazing. Okay? Piece of shit. But
Remy,
whatever. You're still amazing piece of shit.
Remy, I don't know 100% obviously if it's Daniel. But he tried to call me. If it wasn't Daniel, why would a fake profile care? And the stuff that he told me and talked about, it was, I mean, I don't understand why anybody would do that.
I mean, Charmaine, in all fairness, right? All we have to do really for us, okay? For us. So we know that Belinda, which is the paternal grandmother, spoke to Daniel in messages and said that It's a Crime and Shame channel, because she's been, obviously talking with me, right? I provided you guys with things that she was willing to share with you guys. Why? For the point of this whole entire reason for Jack and Lily and the awareness, right? And to give some information. Was that so wrong? Is that so greedy? But the thing is that Belinda said that to Daniel, right? You think she's duping, basically the other half, the partner of her grandbabies. And then, so Charmaine sends off a message, and I had already, but I didn't say Belinda's name whatsoever at that time, right? And Charmaine had sent off a message saying that, we're a YouTube channel. We've been speaking with Belinda. So you know what? Other than that, again, I'm not going to sit here and try to justify this anymore. It's ridiculous.
So the other day, Sunny had corrected herself and me that Malaya didn't send those pictures to her, that she got them off of Malaya's Facebook page. If you guys remember that, it just occurred to me this morning while I was driving that I had told Daniel, this person who claimed he was Daniel, that I thought that Belinda had been in contact with Malaya to get these more recent pictures. So it was just kind of clued into me that maybe Daniel had asked her if she had been in contact with Malaya. Maybe Sunny can verify that, but do you know what I mean? But again, you guys, this is not something that I would think a fake would do. Tried to call me to get everything taken down.
Yeah, I mean, he's really going to keep calling you, panicking, right? And you know what? Honestly, Charmaine, we don't need to justify it anymore. We know how YouTube land works. We are here for this case first and foremost. Anything that comes with that, is just a bonus in a sense. Why? Because it brought you guys awareness on more things that you can add to the pile of other mysteries. That's the whole point. So for me, I'm over that part. We don't owe anybody anything. And if you guys know that, you guys know this channel, then hang around. If you guys want to think that it's all bullshit, go away. Don't actually care. If you do, you do, right? This Lily and Jack is what this is about. Not sitting here arguing about, oh, do we owe anything to DD? No. Do we owe anything to anybody else? No. What we do owe is something to Lily and Jack. Because why? Because we took on this case because we care about it. Simple as that. Just like Sebastian Rogers and any other case that we do. I'm not here to justify myself to people. Our subscribers, the people that come in here that actually care about the channel, that subscribed and actually want to stay, that's who we owe anything to. And if they believe us and the other ones don't, do not care. Go fly a kite. Don't care, okay? It's about Lily and Jack. And that's what's pissing me off now, is that it's about Lily and Jack. DD's making it about his ego. If people want to take things and whatever. But you know what? Like I said, give a channel credit where credit is due at least. At least do your part and do your due diligence, right? Don't use people's content and then sit there and don't even have any clue what you're talking about. Anyways, that's it. Amen. Preach it, Sonny. We're done? Okay. Do you want me to show the other one, Charmaine? If it makes you feel better, I will. Other than that, I'm so over this whole thing. It's Daniel. Okay. If you don't believe it, that's your problem. Okay. You honestly think that Belinda wouldn't know who it is, or that even me too, I added him separately than Charmaine on there. You don't think that whole Facebook thing, like I said, you think honestly that Daniel's going to say some of this stuff? Honestly, if you saw what the messages are that we had, you would actually know. But you know what? You don't get those. Why? Because it was a promise to be kept. Simple as that. Okay, done.
Just do the one next one, just so they can see my response and like how surprised I was, and how like I was also panicking enough to like call you when I knew damn well you were at work. Like, okay. I took it seriously immediately.
I know. Well, I was working. Yeah, I'll show this one. Tell me if this is the one you want me to show, because it doesn't matter, because it's either one. Okay. I just, I'm not here to spend my life or my time justifying something to other YouTube creators at all. Zero, zilch. Okay, do you want me to make it a little bit bigger? Is this the one you want?
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Oh my goodness, I got too many screenshots. I gotta take
some. The second that I woke up and I saw what was going on, I was also in a panic.
Okay, missed audio call, because every psycho out there wants to call Charmaine every morning. Okay. Go ahead, Charmaine. You can read it or whatever. I don't know what.
I just told him that I was just waking up and I didn't know what I did wrong, but that I had asked Sonny to remove it. We were all very respectful. I didn't share anything about the investigation stuff. Sorry, I should have known people would fuck around. And then he didn't respond for a while, so I just let him know that I was getting in the car. I had a long drive. But I welcomed him to call me and yell at me, later on. And he didn't call, obviously, but we had a few more words, and then he hasn't said anything else past yesterday. So
yeah, and right.
And as far as that guy goes, if he was I don't know, would a lawyer do that? Would a accredited, educated
lawyer,
professional lawyer do that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Maybe not, but not the lawyers I know.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Again, it's just someone with a big ass ego that needs to have him. You know what? You need to eat some humble pie there, DD. That's what you need to do. But you know what? Enjoy your channel. I will never watch you again after that. So you know what? Chef's kiss. to kiss my ass. That's what I meant to say there. I believe 100% because I have a brain and some common sense, and you're correct. You should not have to defend yourselves. Nope. But you know what? We do appreciate your love and support in this, right? When yeah, I get feisty, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to walk away off this live going, okay, husband, what's for dinner? Like I said, because this channel is based around it's not fighting for the clicks. It's not fighting for the money. It appreciates the people that want to come in here for truthful facts. We're not here to play games at all. And the thing is like I said, I could walk away from this channel, no problem. But the thing is, my part that I keep coming back for is just so I can cover cases and bring awareness about that. And I very much enjoy that it's a crime and shame family, right? I go to work, and when I do lives, I get to see Charmaine, Melissa, you guys that are in chat that we've gotten to know over the years, or newcomers that have become, that you come across that are really nice as well, and stuff like that, right, Valerie? But anyways, that's the part I enjoy about it. And so it is what it is. We're gonna as for that stuff, I don't care anymore. Let's focus on Jack and Lily now, okay, guys? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So I hope you guys are with me. And if you're not, that door that says, you know what, you can exit it is right there. Nobody's forcing. All right. Okay. So in saying that, sorry, Charmaine, you wanted me to show the rest of this probably.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. And like also for the people that want like a screen recording of it, there's no possible way that I can screen record the whole, like I could, but then all of the information that I'm not comfortable and that he asked me not to share, because you can play the video, but you can also pause it and take screenshots, and that information cannot be put out there.
All good.
It cannot be.
Hi, McKeevan. Hi, and then Reach. Thank you, Reach. Hi, you guys. Kent, another great person that, has come into my life. Just a really good person. Appreciate your, just honestly, your, people that are grounded, How come, McKeevan, how come you're not over there at the Vigil? Can I watch it? I shocked he could hold a day job in the field on there. Okay. So, as for the other YouTubers, as for whoever, okay, again, let's get back to what it's about, which is Jack and Lily, and focus on the information. So you guys, I mean, obviously there's more information out there. Now, is it truthful information, right? Meaning it's only Daniel's side. So it's up to you guys to determine what you feel about that. Do you feel like, he's the hero and she's the zero in a sense? Or do you feel like he's full of himself, meaning Daniel? Or do you feel like Malaya, like what kind of mother? We keep saying these things all the time. All I know is that the more information you can have of the cases, the more you can look at it realistically to that. That's a part that I like. No. Let me correct that. I don't like the fact that we're here in the first place. Okay, let me make that loud and clear. But when it comes to cases, they pull at my heart. I've done multiple lives in a row when I've been tired as heck. Right, Charmaine? Tired as heck. But, and then I keep saying I'm not going to do a live. Next thing you know, I'm lying in bed going, yep, I'm going to do a live. Because I keep thinking in my head of Lily and Jack, and I know that subscribers won't mind if you're doing a live, and stuff like that. Always trying to bring you the current and best information. Doesn't mean that, and for this channel, okay? Just trying to always do our part. Simple as that. Now, Belinda is at the Vigil. I know that because I asked her if she was going, and she said yes. I don't know who else is going. Didn't ask her. But I know she said she's going to be there. Now, I need to ask you guys something, if you don't mind. Somebody might know the answer to this. So, and I'm sorry, you guys. I know that there's people typing, and I appreciate you guys all. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with the messages. It's kind of hard to rant sometimes and keep up with the messages. Hi, Brenda. How are you? I still want this to be like a messy live. It is what it is. Like I said, I say my piece, I move on. Simple as that. Right? That's how I work. I don't really truly stay mad at somebody. Well, very rarely. Let me put it that way. But I also, like I said, just me and Charmaine are we don't get there's no shit type of females. Just be good, be decent, be honest, be caring, right, Charmaine?
And all I said was, if you're going to use it, but be kind. And I don't have, and I said this at the beginning, like way back, I don't have a problem with Dolly using it. It was the thumbnail that Daniel blames Malaya, and it wasn't. I mean, I can't speak to my thoughts on that, but it did misrepresent. And I mean, he admitted to me today that, yeah, he does clickbait because, yes, it is about clicks and views, but it is also because he wants to get the word out there. He wants to get people talking. And sometimes that's the way you do it. And I get that. He does his channel the way he was. I don't have a problem with Dolly. I have a problem with that over my text messages. That title was misrepresentation. And I mean, he knows that now, and I know where he stands, and it's fine. It's fine. But I need it's not even my ego. I don't know what it is. I guess it's my sense of integrity that I just need people to know that I didn't make this up, whether or not it's really Daniel. All right, fine. I don't know. Maybe I was duped, but I didn't make this up. I didn't push for information.
No, there's no way you were duped by the information.
Me and for me.
Yeah, there's no way you were duped by the information you were told, right?
I can't see it. I can't see it. And then even if it was, that duper would not care if the live stayed up. Like,
MK, what are you wanting to say to Belinda? Yeah. Wait a second, just before we get on to this again. But I thought Dolly was bashing me today. But it was my fault. I mean, I'm the one that kind of basically gave him some shit. I still think he's a clickbaiter for sure, absolutely. And he denies it. But
he doesn't deny it. He told me today that he is. But he has his reasons for it.
I know he has his reason for it. Like I said, I wasn't born off the freaking turnip truck yesterday. But I'm just saying, I heard someone said that he was bashing me today. But you know what? I got to take my licks. Because if I was wrong, I'm wrong, so I'll take my licks. I don't get me wrong, because I do like Dolly. I just, what has turned me off is that it just became a money train a lot and stuff like that. I love his sense of humor, but it just seemed like, when someone's going full force and they can do what they want, but it just turned me off a bit because it just seemed like it became more of a money train and a subscriber thing and stuff like that amongst his material. Whereas before it was more, like it just wasn't such a big push like that. And I know that, they got their mouths to feed and all that stuff, and they're doing things for their own personal, reason. So I get that. I absolutely do. I get that with any channel, to be honest with you. It's just that I don't like watching it when it's like that myself, but I get it. Yeah, but now wait. So, 414. We gotta figure this thing out, Charmaine. This whole freaking and yeah. Okay, so hold on, you guys. You guys got to help us figure this out because I don't know anything about Facebook when it comes to this stuff. So let me just quickly show you. Can somebody tell me? Okay, the Vigil's month today at 4:30 our time. Here in Pacific Standard Time. Okay. Does the live feed just pop up on the screen? Who here knows? Dolly is entertainment, Remy stuff. He is, and he does say that. I'm like it says it. It's me. I don't like thumbnails that are deceiving. I don't like that stuff. But that's my opinion. Yeah. He is a good dude. I mean, I honestly, I don't got too much against Ollie. I was just pissed because I didn't hear our name being used, but then I was corrected. So my bad.
He did apologize for not getting the name right today too, and now he knows.
So. And you know what? And honestly, Dolly, like I said, the guy does make me laugh. He has such a great sense of humor. Actually, a lot of the things he said, he reminds me of my own life. Now, sorry, does he say he loves with he's wait, what was the question you wanted to ask Belinda if you said it? Steffa, can you help me on this one? Because I can't really keep up with all the chat as well. Does he say he loves with an RSO? I'm not sure what that means. But anyway, so you know what, even to Dolly, to Justin, I know that these are people with big hearts. And I think it's a little bit just because, it kind of stemmed from the Daphne post, right? And it's just kind of like never getting credit where it's due. You sit there and you work hard and you just want people to acknowledge your information because we do it from this channel. We gave shout outs to DD all the time, to Justin from Clutch Them Pearls. And then it's kind of like, oh, who are you? You little insignificant other YouTuber. Like, how long has she been on YouTube for? Like, you never heard of my channel, but yet you've said it before. It's like about, 5 years now? 5 years. 5 years. But maybe I don't make it out up into the algorithm for them. I mean, YouTube has changed, you guys. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know what that means. Tell Belinda he lives with a child. Oh, so you want to go too. Okay, bye-bye, loser. I knew that was coming. I could smell it a mile away. The minute I even seen RSO, sport with Steffa. Yeah, she's the sapsucker. She believes everybody. Yeah, support with Steffa. They did. Yeah, that's why that person got the big ass toe. We don't put up with stuff like that at all. But they want to get their little 2 cents in. Anyways, wait, is anyone asking us about? So, you guys, this thing's in like 12, 13 minutes. How does it work? Okay, if it's like from a police Facebook page and they're showing a live or something like that, hey, I got that. But these little event things, I don't like Facebook. It drives my head insane. So will it just pop up? Oh, Evil Exists. He gave us a shout out on his channel when he was covering it. Appreciate that. Evil Exists. Okay, if you come across it, you're right. I meant to say it earlier, but we haven't talked about that part yet anyway. But yeah, so appreciate. Oh, and Michelle After Dark did too. So I appreciate that. Appreciate that. DD, I think you owe me an apology. How about them apples? Then maybe we can kiss and not make up. Just kidding. Just kidding. But anyways, Sherman, can somebody tell me? Go to the group and should be live. That's what I'm saying, right?
We're both in the group and it's not live.
Well, okay, Anne or support with Steffa. Sorry, only because supports. Any mod in here have more brain power than I do when it comes to this stuff? Support with Steffa. You're a Facebooker, aren't you? Right? If I sent you the link that Charmaine, can you figure it out for me and tell me where to go? No,
Steffa, because I can. I'm on the page right now. Like I'm not even on stream yet.
But we're on the page, I think. I know it doesn't start till 8:30. I just want to make sure that when it does start, I'm on the right freaking page. That's what I want to know. Like, I don't know about these events and how they work. I've never done a Facebook Live. Why? Because it hurts my brain and I just can't be asked. In fact, I'm just too lazy to figure it out. And it drives me crazy. I freaking hate Facebook. I only use it for Messenger, guys, really. It's the only reason why I actually use Facebook. Yeah. Maybe I should have got some more brain cells and figured it out, but I chose not to. You do know the live isn't. Yeah, I know. Sarah. You see your name? Hey, dumbass. That's me right now. Yeah, but yeah, I do know it's not started till 8:30. But that's like in 10 minutes, guys. 4:30 to 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30. Yes. Sonny, just smash it. We love you. But it is what it is. I love Dolly and PJ. Yeah, so I don't really know his wife too well. I've heard it. I've seen her a couple times. They always add a little bit of humor to rough stuff. And I get that. No, that's, you know what? It is a good thing to do. Honestly, that's what we do here too. Not everything has to be serious, right? When we're talking about the cases, serious. The the page, Streamlabs done. Thank you. I mean, the page will probably have a link when it starts. I'm not sure. I don't do Facebook either. Please, somebody that does do Facebook. Anybody? Anybody? Daniel, reach out and no, it's all over. Yes, my opinion. It shouldn't have been out there, but yeah. You know. I thought he was a truthologist. That's what he said. Well, we won't get into that anymore. If he's like stewing in, about it all, maybe he shouldn't have even talked. Maybe he shouldn't have said that you can put, stuff out there. Like, so if you didn't put that out there, what would you put out there? Because everything else was stuff that you wouldn't put out there. So I don't know about that. Anyway, I know you feel badly. I would be feeling the same as Charmaine. Just gave a 15 warning going live. All I wanted, what is the page's name? Charmaine? What's this page's name?
It's Candlelight Vigil for Lily and Jack.
This one here.
And then if I go to the discussion tab, Lana King posted a link where you could live stream it. You click on the link and it takes you to Lily and Jack updates. Let's bring them home. It's a private group.
Right. Oh, I got some wine and cheese. Well, I've done a lot of whining. Hey, Charmaine, are you going to admit to that a little too? We're the wine and they're the cheese tonight. Yeah. Sunny, message me on the Facebook page. Okay, I will. I just want to make sure. I just don't want to look like a total tool, because I don't do. Whoops. Steffa, where are you in my list here? Where are you, Steffa? There you are. Okay, and I put the link in there. I just don't want to look like an idiot. Is my problem here, right? Because I don't usually do these ones, but I'm just, because imagine if it's like 4:30 and we're just sitting there going, "Oh, nice Facebook page." Oh, there's that one up there. I hate how it does that. Click down, click off. Let's go. I just commented on Gigi's last video to bring her ass here now. I didn't. Oh, his ass. I said her on there. Are you live streaming the Vigil candlelighting? Well, we're definitely going to try to do this. Absolutely. Thanks, Rhonda. I'm just not a Facebook person. And I'm just making sure that, that's why I need your guys' brains, okay? Some of these things are just beyond me. Kent, I'm in Southwest Ontario. My kids, so I just want to make sure that I know for sure you guys are gonna, smash it here. Share. See, it says I joined, right? And wait, so there's events, right? Media. Yeah, that's just media, family. So it has to be, right on this page here. Like that's where it should be showing up, right, guys?
Yes.
I feel like it is. Are we right or are we right? I love you guys, by the way. You guys, thank you guys so much for being here. Truly appreciate it. Okay. Let's just get over all the drama stuff of it all. Take information for what you want to take it for, and don't take it for whatever you don't want to take it for. Let's stop the drama and the games about these posts and stuff like that. Just either you can believe them or not. Let's just keep it simple. And like I said, keep the focus on Lily and Jack. But as for information, right, we can only have the information that's out there, right? And we only can do with it what we want to and see things how we see things. But again, honestly, I'm not that person. Honestly, if I could give like every creator a freaking big hug and say, let's all work together, that would be nice. I know that's not a perfect world, and I know that's not the tip of the world that it seems to be and stuff like that, but it is what it is. What do you want to know? Why are you calling? Oh, why are you calling me Sonia? Butterflies. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 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 The name is Sunny. Real name is Sonia. Well, we're just trying to make sure that we're on the right page. But please, 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 please. My name is Sunny. I've used it for frickin' 15, whatever, many years on there. People can know my name, Sonia, but my nickname from my mom off of Sonia was Sun, or Son, she would say. But usually it was Sunshine or Sunny. And I just prefer that. You know, my husband finds it awkward sometimes when he hears someone call me Sonia. He's like, what?
Gee, of twins, isn't that the truth? Like, could you imagine if all creators worked together on these
Wouldn't the world be a nicer place?
Not just that, the information that could be brought to light is just, it's mind-boggling.
That's, you know what, that's the thing. That is the thing. Like I said, I would never copyright strike somebody. I don't care, because it's not about selfishness, right? It was, to me, it's always been about working together. But then the drama stuff starts, right? And it's just kind of like, and then when you hear people slagging you off, sometimes it gets boring. You're just like, why? You know? And kind of like the last few days, I'm tired of this channel getting shit on, when this is a freaking great Canadian and American and over the seas England. You know, it's a channel that just covers cases because it wants to. You know, I'm proud of who I am, and I'm proud of people that literally have big caring hearts, and they care more about helping others than thinking about themselves. It's my way, always will be, you know, and that's just that, simple as that. Now, Sunny, sure, we've been through it together. Delphi, absolutely. A lot of these creators haven't. Wisdoms comes from experience. Absolutely. That's why I don't need a plaque on my wall to sit there and have knowledge of, you know, somebody when they're speaking to me. I've judged right away and stuff like that. And I'm proud of the fact of, you know, because like I said, I know a good person when I see a good person. I know a bunch of shit when I see shit too. But when I see the kind, caring hearts, I love that, right? And I hate it. Sometimes I feel like I preach about it, you know, a bit. But is it so wrong to wish that people can be kinder and nicer to each other? I ain't saying I'm perfect, guys, because I go off on my shit. But honestly, I never go out of my way to start something. Okay. I might have been wrong with Dolly on that, because he did give us a shout out, and I will play that later. I was just, you know, tired of, you know, like I said, not getting credit where credit's due, and people just, you know, making crap up, and then they can't even say your damn name and stuff like that. You know, and I'm all about doing due diligence as well. But I'm not perfect by no means. But I'm good-hearted, and I know it. Right, Charmaine? I paid you $100. Right, okay. We really like sending her amazing lady. Oh, still cool with purple heart. Thanks, AI Henry. Okay.
Vanessa, I do have a channel, but like the only thing that goes on there is my podcast episodes. I do a podcast with my daughter.
It's definitely
I haven't done a live. I've considered it, but I haven't done anything yet with it. I don't know if I'm built for YouTube.
Yeah. I'm joined. We're joined. I mean, you're seeing the same thing on your Facebook, right?
Yep.
Maybe, again, we can't expect them to start right away, because sometimes they don't do that. But do you guys feel like we're doing the right thing? Like we're on the right page to do it? Anyways, thank you guys for all being awesome. Appreciate it. Oh, I said that again. You going to show Deception Detective the Facebook post uncrowded? No, I'm not. I don't owe him shit. Let him go get it. I would have happily sent him whatever he wanted, honestly. You know. But now I wouldn't send him my underwear.
Exactly. And I mean, to be honest, I did try to go back and take a screen recording of the conversation, but there's no way to do it without making it impossible for people to pause it and see the information. And it's not so much about Daniel. It's about the other people that I'm not comfortable sharing it, and I'm not doing it. I'm just not going to do it. They can believe me or they can't. And if they honestly think that a duper or myself faked those phone calls and that panic message string, they're out of their minds and they can keep to their insanity, because I don't want any part of it.
How do we invite support with Steffa? I think I have to go to this thing over here. Let me see. Invite. Let me see. Can you see that on my screen? Nope. Okay, good. Freaking my whole list. 1 second here. Support with Steffa. Okay, send invite. I sent you an invite. All right. I think Kent, see here too. Kent, are you already joined to this thing? Invite. Where's the invite thing again? Found it somewhere a minute ago. Oh, invite. Kent, are you in this thing too? What did I just seen Kent? Kent. Says no results for you, Kent. 499 invite. Oh, that's me. Just saw Kent. Where did his name go? So it's 4:31, guys.
Well, she gave the 15-minute warning, so.
Oh, these are all people that seem to be in the chat. Huh. That's weird. Yeah. Well, sorry. I couldn't.
Maybe try to refresh it, Sunny.
Yeah, I can do that. Where are we? Gotta find, wait. Why am I looking at myself? Okay, 1 second. So, are we still looking at it? Okay.
Yeah, I refreshed. They're not live yet.
Or we're dumb. One of the two.
Totally possible. Not gonna lie. What about media? Events? Happening now? It's not, though.
Davey says the stream should be on the group homepage. Well, isn't that what this is right here?
I'm on the homepage. Do you know if we're supposed to be in the discussion tab, featured, members, events, media, files? Where on the homepage? Because I'm looking right now and I don't see it. But we should get a notification that they're live. So I'm not going to stress out about it until we get that.
Yeah, we're not going to stress out about it. Right.
I mean, they will, because she gave the 15-minute warning. We're in the right place.
Right. We got this, right, guys? And if we don't, we'll pretend like we did. Yeah, you have to join and be accepted. Yeah. Well, I already am joined. You can see it says joined right there. See? Yeah, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I've been part of this group for like weeks, so I know it's the right place.
Yeah. Try going to the events link. No, that just takes us back to the other thing. Yeah, like if I click events, then it just says this. See, it says happening now. Right? If I click on that, does it do anything? Nope. Just takes us right back here. So it says happening now. Doesn't that got to mean it's happening now?
No, I told you that's the time it was scheduled for. So
no, the second one's saying it. Yeah. Oh, right. So it's going to say that even if they're running late, right?
That's right. Yeah. Even if you cancel, or like if you decide not to do an event, it'll show that it's going on right now.
One day I'm going to have to do a stupid Facebook event. Canada looks beautiful except all them flies. And you guys probably got more flies. They're just waiting for the link to be sent. It hasn't started yet. You got to remember this is happening on a busy road. Hey, Kent, are you there? Like, are you watching from home?
He's probably from home. Remember, his vehicle is out of commission.
Oh, right. Yeah, but he could race down there in his wheelie chair.
I think so.
Okay, it says go to live events. I mean, where does it say live events? Where does it say live events? We got upcoming. Come on now. There's like There's all of us in here. There's gotta be.
I didn't see a live event tab on there, just events or media.
Yeah.
And these things always start late. And I mean, honestly, the creators of this vigil, they'd never done anything like this before. So let's all be patient. We'll get there. We'll see it. We're all here in spirit of finding Lily and Jack and raising awareness anyways. So
Yeah. What's all this stuff? Whoops. Know where I want to be. How do I get back out of it? Oh, I think I just got to click the arrow. Refresh live now. And we're like, oh, are they live now? Hold on. Refresh. Oh. You guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's turn up some volume here. Thank you, guys. Donuts. Timbits. Ah, bless. So we are, okay, so Shelby didn't panic.
First of all, our hearts and support for Lily and Jack family and loved ones. This is undoubtedly a devastating time for them. Also to our community members too, who I know care deeply about these
I got it as
children.
loud as I can.
This case has truly affected many, as is demonstrated by all of you that are here this evening. As you all know, the RCMP initiated a large-scale search on May 2nd.
can you take us down and get it bigger?
And since then, hundreds of trained searchers using a variety of tools have spent thousands of hours scouring.
Take us off the stage so we can see it bigger.
My bad.
Major crime team was engaged early on because we treat all missing persons files as suspicious until we confirm otherwise. Investigators remain committed to exploring all possibilities surrounding the children's disappearance. We want to thank all those who provided tips and information. Please know that we're fully engaged in finding out what happened to Lily and Jack. Finally, as a community member myself, I want to thank you all for the love and support you've shown for Lily and Jack. To all of our officers who are working to find answers, including myself and our Pictou County Detachment members, and to the ground search and rescue volunteers who are invaluable contributors to our community. Thank you.
There's 64 people watching from the Facebook group. Oh, Chelsea Gray's in there, which is Belinda's daughter. Here, we'll do love.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Oh, what happened? Oh, I guess they're gonna redo it or something.
Yeah, she said we'll be right back or something.
Yeah. I'm just trying to type. I'm just typing really slow. Criming shame. Oops. Come on now. Use your fingers. Lily and Jack. All right. Heck. Emoticons, come on. Where's the prayer thing? Where's the prayers? Come on now. Oh, there it is. Now, how do I hit send? There we go. Okay, so, oh, hey. Well, hello. Hi there. Hi there, guys. Let's just, we'll wait for it to come back up. But obviously, anyone coming in now, they took down the stream. Obviously, they were probably having some issues, something like that. So, sit there, okay? Make sure if you're a member that you guys spam the Lily and Jack emoticon. That's it for the members, okay, guys? And if you're not, then just spam a bunch of love. You know, this case is very disturbing. It's weird. to say the least. It's one of those things that I don't think that this is one of those. It's kind of like the whodunit mystery, you know? It doesn't feel like it's just this organic missing child's case. It feels like Sebastian's case. You know?
Yeah.
Right, guys? This case is weird. Like, it's weird. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. Somebody's hiding the truth. That's how I kind of feel. I feel like somebody's hiding the truth. What do you guys think as we're waiting for it to come back up? I think I probably...
I didn't. I refused to reach out to Dee Dee. That's a good one.
Hold on.
But Justin, I'll email him. I don't have a problem with
Hold on.
symptoms.
Hold on.
And I'll give him whatever he wants. Aside from a screen recording, no way.
Oh, wait, this is the one that they ended, guys. This is the one that they ended. It only lasted for a couple minutes.
We just want to thank everybody for coming tonight. This is just something to let the community come together.
Yeah. So I think I have to click close. Oh, what? Hey, I didn't mean to close. Wow. Now I'm showing my own ass Facebook. 1 second here. Hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake, sometimes. God, my brain. What am I doing again, Charmaine?
I don't know.
Just want to go to the link. Okay, let's try this again. Is this that was 1 minute? Okay, so is this the new one here? Is this the new one here? I think so. Is it? This one was 1 minute ago, so I think it might do this. Okay. Gotta make us bigger again. Or, there you go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. 200 brains are better than one.
Will you hold this up for me, please? What am I doing? Does anybody else want to say something?
Hey, Mark.
What, Charmaine?
I just said hi to Mark.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Hi, Linda. Hi, Louisa.
I lost everybody.
Hi, little mama.
Carmen, gotta set them. Janice.
I really wish that they would fix that because all I see is Jack Lilly, Jack Lilly, Jack Lilly.
Somebody want to say something? He doesn't like you. No, but does anybody else?
Thank you, Brenda.
Would anybody like to say a
Thank you,
word for
Sharon.
the prayer that's here?
Thank you, Mark.
I'm trying to get out of the way here. Sage, this is live. Oh, it's not mine. It's yours. Oh. Well, where's your pocket? I don't have one. I get to see a hamster. Does it like people? Mom, that's live. Back up, back up, back up, girl.
We got booster juice on.
Mm-hmm. Right there.
Yappy dogs.
So I was handed one more prayer to say. It's a prayer for missing children. Dear God, we lift up to you all the children who are missing, those whose laughter no longer fill their homes, whose absence leaves an aching void in the hearts of their loved ones. Wherever they may be, surround them with your protection. Shield them from harm, bring comfort to their spirits, and let them burn bright in the darkness. Give strength and courage to the families who wait, who search, who pray without ceasing. Let them feel your presence beside them in every moment of fear, sorrow, and uncertainty. Guide the hands and hearts of those working to bring these children home. Lord, shine a light into the hidden places. Let truth be revealed, let justice prevail, and let every child be returned safely to the arms and never stopped loving them. In your mercy and grace we pray. Amen. And now they're going to light some lanterns and let them go. One for Lily and one for Jack.
Can we get an officer to stop traffic?
You guys can see Daniel there, right? They were just showing him.
Oh, really?
He's right here. That's Daniel right here. I wonder, is Malaya there?
I would think that if Malaya was there, Daniel would be somewhere closer to her. We're trying to be.
Trying to be, but could be awkward at this thing. Anyway, guys, butterflies. Is it a large community? No, it's just a small community. Very small. Yeah, see Daniel. Yeah. Hi guys. Make sure you guys hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, guys, okay? Please. Let's see if we can see Belinda. Oh, I think that's Belinda right here. You see this right here with the red? I think that's Belinda.
Okay.
The gray or greens with the red. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if Daniel's going to speak. I feel like he will. He has a piece of paper, unless that's it is so sad, Stella. It's 2 children we're talking about. That's why this other nonsense is ridiculous. I don't know, Kent. Not many, I don't think. Let me see.
Yeah, once the hot air from the takes a few minutes.
I don't see anybody else covering it, just from what I'm looking at. Not YouTubers, anyway. But you guys are here. We're here. Watch it hit the wire. Psheet. Oh, good, it didn't. Come on, send up lilies. Who's that? Is that oh, uh-oh. Oh, come on. Poor Lily. Oh. Wonder if they're prepared enough to have another one. Hi, Walla Walla. Walla Walla Bam. I imagine not going to your baby's vigil. Well, look at Sebastian Rogers' case, right? He didn't go to any of the vigils besides Seth Rogers. Thank you, this. We saw Daniel Kimmer. Okay, they do have another one. A white one, it looks like. Uh-oh, looks like they're, come on. They're waiting for live signal. Come on now. Come on, come back.
Right. Okay. I know you're live.
Thanks for all you guys' love and support for this case.
How many people does it take to light it?
Yeah, hers caught on fire, Kent.
It's gone. It's way, way gone. Way up there.
You're welcome, Louisa. Yeah. Do. Yeah. So Daniel, you guys can see he's on the right hand. You guys can see with the paper in his hand there. That's Daniel. And Belinda's right here in that thing I was talking about. So I was right. There's Belinda.
Okay. Who's gonna go get the torch?
But I doubt Malaya's here. I bet you any money she's not here. Do you agree, Shermy?
Oh, it's going up in the air. Yeah.
I do. I totally agree. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't watching the live stream, but she's not there.
Oh, hold on here. 1 second. 1 second. I got this. Hold on. See that big flag? See the big flag on the screen? Yep. Canadian case. Okay, that's enough. I'll make it bigger again. I bet you he is, to be honest with you, Walla. I would say that his brother's probably there. I would like to think. Yeah, they'll figure it out. Okay. Whoops. So basically, you guys, Jack's balloon went off, or his what do you want to call them? What are they called again? Japanese lantern type of thing. And this is Lily's now. The pink one, I think it caught on fire or something. Uh-oh.
Maybe this means Lily doesn't want to go away. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Jack's went off without a hitch. Don't know. Oh, is that Janie? No, it wouldn't be Janie. It could be, but I don't think so.
There we go. There, she's away now.
There we go. Well, up.
Up.
Yep.
There.
Up.
There. There it's going.
Come on. There we go. There you go, Lily. Lily's a stubborn thing, eh? She wanted to be known there. Hi, Tara. Thank you, Christina, for becoming a member.
Oh, there's
Appreciate that.
anything else we're gonna? No, unless everybody wants to put more candles, I think. I don't know if I'm gonna go around the gas book just to see if I can. That's what we do. Okay, guys, that's it. Bye.
Oh, wait, what?
That was nice.
Well, it was nice to see Lily finally take off for sure, right? Jack went, whoop, I'm out of here. Yeah, but I mean, in all seriousness, we'll take that down and we'll add this to the stage here. I mean, they obviously, they probably had some sort of ceremony before it went live, you know, obviously, right? And then they did that part simply for the live, I guess, just to be there. I would have liked to see the whole darn thing, to be honest with you.
I'm sure somebody recorded it. We'll see it eventually.
Yeah. I used to do this every birthday for my kid. Yeah. I remember when it was Paige's 16th birthday and we had all these helium balloons in there. So we all took a cup and said, at the time I had the candle business, and we said, basically, whoever gets, one of these, message, email at Angel Light, that was whatever. So we got literally a message from somebody in Idaho, and that's from Canada, right? But someone found a balloon. She said she found the balloon in their farm. Crazy. Well, exactly, right? You know what? Let's so sad Daniel looks defeated. Where the truth lies in all this, isn't it, guys? Where the truth lies. So let's see here. I do want to play the thing, I guess, from today. I think it's candlelight breaking. Nope, not that yet. Hold on. Gotta find it. Which is the one? Take that down. That's Dolly. And then, okay, this one here. This is one I'll show right now. Just the 2-minute one of the missing, the search they're talking about.
Without a trace in rural Nova Scotia. 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. This past weekend, ground search and rescue crews were brought back to the area.
Thank you, Valerie.
Nova Scotia RCMP said they returned to focus on specific spots around Gairloch Road and the nearby pipeline trail, where a boot print was found during the initial search.
The boot print was on the pipeline, which is why we're extending our search efforts down the pipeline. We don't know for sure it was from the children, but it's the only real thing we've had to go on thus far, so we're just kind of investigating that further.
Hansen said about 65 people were in the woods on Saturday and Sunday, and 3 drones were also deployed to help. RCMP said a total of 8.5 square kilometers has been grid searched, but as of Sunday afternoon, Hansen said there weren't any new finds, and the search was suspended again. Hansen said any decision to bring searchers back depends on the RCMP.
We're always willing to come back if new information comes up. So it's never done, and it's always an open investigation with the RCMP as well. So if they find something that leads us to a new direction, they'll call us back out again.
On Friday, the children's stepfather said their disappearance has taken a toll on him and his family.
Me and my family still go out sometimes and search, but everything's been searched that we can really dive into at this time. They have over 12,000 man-hours searched in the woods, and they're planning on doing more, which I'm really grateful for.
He and police are asking anyone with footage or information to come forward. Cassidy Chisholm, CBC News, Halifax.
Okay. So, little Jack and Lily. And that's okay, Brenda. I mean, honestly, it is. It's just hard. I can't believe it's been a month. Okay. Is that my husband? I can't believe that this has been a month. Can you, Charmaine? Can you guys? A month. You guys, I'm not seeing this as an abduction. I'm not seeing the truth being told is what I'm trying to say here. I don't feel like this is just some random person myself. What are you feeling like at the moment, Charmaine? What are you guys feeling like, you guys? Like, where are you guys at with your thoughts with this case?
My thoughts are all sorts of scrambled. I don't think it's fair for me to give an opinion today, to be honest with you.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
I'm gonna have to go here. They're gonna lock up. So.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, are you you have to leave right now?
Couple minutes, yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me play this little part, and then I'll play that, Kent. I meant to play it, Kent. But so this is that person. Someone had sent me the timestamp where Dolly said it or whatever. So 1 second, I gotta play that. Where's Dolly? There's here. Okay. So I'll play that part.
But her actions, behavior seems to me like she kind of knows
where they're at.
Her mother knows where they are,
Yeah, I mean, and the lawyer.
Her mother, everything changed, and the lawyered up, and
yeah,
and the lawyer is the brother of the chief of the reservation.
Yeah, her lawyer's the brother of the chief of the reservation. Yeah,
should be coming up.
We're up in the mountains, some cave somewhere.
So I wonder what took Daniel so long to put this information out that he put out today. Maybe nobody asked him, and this was the first person to ask him.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't usually reach out to families. They usually reach out to me.
Is there a creator talking to this guy?
Yeah, a Canadian lady. I think her channel's a crime and shame or something like that. Uh-huh. It's something like that. She has a big Canadian flag on it. I forget the channel, but it's two girls. It's two girls, and they do a little podcast together. And it's a pretty small channel. I don't know, about 15,000 subscribers, 16,000 somewhere in between 15, 20,000 subscribers. A crime and shame. I was right. Okay, so if you want to check out their content, that's the channel that it is that interviewed her. And she did it over the phone. It wasn't crime and shame. Yeah, it wasn't nothing over the phone or him on the channel. It was just him giving text. But that's the start, because if he's going to text soon, he'll be up here live. All families seem to come to YouTube when media stops covering their case, which they will. Let's be honest, media moves on fast, the police move on fast, and then these people turn to the internet. And I can already see he's going to turn to the internet because he's paying attention to it. And my biggest advice is I could give a family, and this is for Daniel or anybody out here watching that may have a missing kid, is do not fuck with the internet. Okay. Do not. And I mean, I'm an internet person, right? I want you to, but to be truthful with you, I would tell you, don't do it.
It's a mistake.
It's a mistake. Okay. Don't do it. And of course, as a YouTuber, I want them talking because it gives me something to talk about and, you know, pick apart and things like that. But if he was my friend, I would say, hey, man, don't do that. Whatever you do, and everybody's going to twist everything you say. People are going to act like they're your friends that are not.
Isn't that strange that this woman would just flip on this guy in a heartbeat?
It didn't
right
flip.
After talking to her mom, take the kids.
Well, maybe her plan didn't. Maybe she's had a plan this whole time.
They won't let the father see Meadow.
No.
Yeah, he's talking about Malaya, not you.
Oh, thought he was talking about me. Like I befriended him and then betrayed him, and I didn't.
Yeah, and again, so just to reiterate again for anyone that's coming in, like GF Twins, maybe he was waiting to find someone he felt comfortable with. So again, I had requested Belinda's friendship, right? Because, you know, I saw, I don't know, I don't usually bug people. I'm like Dolly in a lot of ways, right? I too have told Belinda, like, and this is where Daniel probably doesn't get it, but kind of does, but I don't think to the extent. When people aren't from the true crime, we know what happens to people out there, you know. So I've always been very upfront with Belinda about, look, this is what's going to happen. It's the way, because it's like a game in a sense, no different than the news trying to get information and stuff like that, right? It's just a game, and it's kind of like, even I know I don't play the game of clickbait type of thing, but you know, I'm, like I said, I'm very much aware of creators and their intent and stuff like that, and it really just is a game. My end goal is this: I don't really reach out to people because, again, you know, they're going through a lot of hurt and pain, but like Belinda, I know, is the paternal grandmother, and I just happen to go to her Facebook page, you know, because I am a Facebook stalker, don't get me wrong, right? I do like to search out my information, and I like to just see who's connected and who's family. This was near the start, okay? Sometimes I go really deep into it, and other times it's like I just look a little bit. At the end of the day, you know, for this case, it was about Jack and Lily, but you know, there's people talking about Justin and the different things in the you know, paternal father and stuff like that. If I don't feel like a paternal father had anything to do with it, I don't feel like there's any value in me wasting my time looking into him, to be honest with you. And so I had gone to Belinda's Facebook page, saw that she had posts for Jack and Lily, you know, and so I just hearted it, you know, the heart hug, and you know, kind of went. I would just, if I clicked on my Facebook, if I just clicked on my search bar, it would show me who made a new post because the little blue dot comes there. And so whenever I saw that on Belinda's or Daphne's page, I would just go take a boo. Now, Daphne's page, I see her do updates. She was only vocal on Facebook in a sense, but I've never seen her, like, she put up the post about her brother is the granddad of the children. So Daphne is the great aunt of Jack and Lily. And obviously her brother is the grandpa of Jack and Lily. And so anyway, so I did that for about a week just because I was simply hearting Jack and Lily's thing. I didn't know this at the time, but she had watched the channel a few times. Maybe it's because, I don't know. I didn't really say I was from a channel. I just basically, I think there might have been at one time where I said, when I finally did say, like, we're covering the case or something like that. But anyways, so I can't tell you when she exactly, however many shows she watched of It's a Crime and Shame. Anyways, so then on this one particular day, about a week later, you know, she accepted the friend's request, and she told me the reason. She said she felt like I was the one, she felt like this channel was the one that she wanted to let know. Because why? Because of the sincerity and the honesty and the integrity, right? So then again, I've been talking to her. You showed you guys the different things that she said. We always told you, take it with a grain of salt, regardless, because it's you know, information, say, coming from out of Daniel and stuff like that. So just take everything with a grain of salt, but some bigger things because they're family members, right? So then, because I had reached out to Daniel at some point, I can't remember if it was before Belinda or not, and it was just a message. I think it was before, actually. I don't know, can't remember. But anyways, and then I guess Charmaine had told me she reached out to Daniel, and Charmaine's was like that we're a YouTube channel, and Belinda, the grandmother, has been talking to us, and whatever else she said after that. And then next thing I know, Charmaine sends me a message, and she's like, Daniel's talking to me. Well, actually, Charmaine, tell everyone what Daniel actually said to you. If we can show that one message where he says, like, look, thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're gonna do that, I would like to show.
You can show whatever you want.
I don't know if I can without. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't
crop it. If you want me to crop something, I can crop it. All you have to do is screenshot it anyway, and then crop it to what you want to show.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now, and
okay.
So
we'll just show you what he did say. Girl, one of the searches. Dolly works hard for fun. Dolly does do I mean, I probably gave him more slack than he deserved the other night. Not slack. Gave him more grief than he probably deserved. I get angry when I see clickbait thumbnails. I do. And I just was feeling like, come on, dude, you literally are saying out loud to people that you don't clickbait. That's not the way you work. And then I see this pop-up tent where dead bodies are on the thumbnail. And I was just, it's just for me, I don't like it. Okay. I don't like it. I find if you have to do that, but I get it that channels do stuff to grow their channels as well and bring awareness. I do believe that Dolly cares about the cases. Absolutely, I do, but I think it's a twofold here. I think he cares about the cases and he's trying to get the subscribers. And hey, you know what? If I could live off of YouTube and make my husband not have to work and stuff like that, one day, then so be it. But I'm going to always do myself what I feel is right. And if Dolly feels like that's what he does feels right, I might not agree with it because it's still not my say, but I feel like Dolly does definitely care about the cases, but I just think he's working on a twofold here at the same time. And I'm just not impressed with clickbait thumbnails myself, and it does anger me that people do that, but it's not going to stop. No, Daniel won't. He's the one that made us take down the video, our live, because he felt like it, because people did twist it, but whatever. But I just meaning honestly, that was kind of like common knowledge but we just wanted creators to take it and then use it with its context and then kind of, but not kind of like bash Malaya, and so because he still loves her, then it's almost like he said that you could post certain things, but just remember that he didn't want to talk about Malaya. Did you send me them already, Charmaine? He didn't want to talk about Malaya or her mother, because he wasn't there to bash them. But the thing is that obviously people hopped on whatever trail they wanted to and started doing a bunch of messages. The man still loves her, right? And that's the bottom line. So he was pissed by that, because he doesn't want to see Malaya be hurt or be attacked. But yet in our heads, we're like, dude, come on now. She literally left you. But that's not going to, he's trying to change it around so that Malaya will come back to him, Now, is that going to happen? Maybe. Maybe not. Don't know. Okay. Let me just get Charmaine's things
and
here.
the second one is only so they can see how, I thanked him for his response, and then he continued. I didn't ask him anything. Right. I didn't even start asking him questions until.
Charmaine, I'm a dumbass. I went to go hit something else and I accidentally sent that one to you. Okay. So you guys can take a look in a second. Okay. So again, take it whichever way you want to take it, guys. Okay. Just know we would never do you wrong. We don't play those games. It's not the way we work. Okay. So I'll bring it up this way. Give me a second. Okay. So this will be, and Charmaine, you can read it out loud when I show it. Okay. Okay, stop screen, share screen.
Well, I'm going to have to put it on full screen because my eyes are bad.
Oh, you
anyway.
need to go. Don't you need to go? You need to go.
Yeah.
One sec, guys. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with you.
So, Daniel, you don't know me, but I co-host a Canadian-based YouTube channel. Belinda has been talking to us, and we have been trying to put rumors and accusations to rest. I'm not writing to ask for anything. I just wanted to tell you that my heart goes out to you. I hope that Jack and Lily are found and that nothing but good things happen to you all from here on out. Feel free to reach back out if you choose 100% confidentiality. I just always thought you seemed sincere and genuine and needed to give what little support I can offer. Stay strong. And that 100% confidentiality, we talked more about that later in the conversation. And then he said, I appreciate your support. I truly do, but I have to happily decline due to YouTube not having laws or guidelines that enforced like news networks. I've had many channels that have millions of subscribers ask me and I decline. Thank you for reaching out, though.
Now, tell me, you honestly think that somebody's going to say those words and say basically, well, thank you for reaching out to me, but decline, thank you? Or do you think that if this was fake, that somebody would more be messing with her? So that was the start of the conversation, okay? So you guys, again, you guys are smart cookies. The ones that are smart cookies, I should say, the ones that are cookie crumble, obviously won't understand it. But the ones that are smart cookies, they'll understand that this was with the sincerest intent. She talked, she said we were talking with Belinda. Belinda had said that there's a great, Canadian channel that's really, just wants to do the justice for Lily and Jack. And if you want to click on them. And honestly, Belinda said, when I told Belinda that Charmaine was actually talking with Daniel, Belinda was like, oh, because he told me he wasn't going to, right? Like, meaning she didn't get the impression from Daniel that he was going to talk. So she was actually shocked too when she learned that Daniel was talking with Charmaine. Because again, kind of just like what he said there, right? So that's kind of all in that message for that particular one. But this one was not harmful to show at all, just showing you how it went down, to be honest. So that was it for that one. Let me just grab the next screenshot. And this one doesn't have as much on it. It's just a little bit.
No, because I grabbed it because the information that I'm not going to share. It's not my information, not my theory, and I shared what he said that I was allowed to talk about. So I shared what he said I could share. Everybody's already seen it.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's just the fact that, and again, I'm not going to say that there was no wrong done on our channel's part in how those messages, it was very rushed. Charmaine just cropped basically the things that he was saying. She didn't even think to insert her own conversation there, right? And again, it was just carelessness on our part. And it says, I didn't even see the messages, to be honest with you, but it was carelessness. I'll take the responsibility for it too, because, Charmaine, normally I see the screenshots and I'll do whatever to them. In this case, we were so rushed. And so I said to Charmaine, do you just want to share them? And then I'll just put them up on the screen, right? So yes, if we had done it right, we should have showed the context to the questions and the conversation that way. But again, we took that live down with those things on it. People screen grabbed them and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know what? Like I said, I have to think about this and meaning about this. So if that's Daniel's request and whatever, but I just feel like for the people out there that really wanted to understand the context of those messages properly, that live should come back up, because it's the thing is that we know, okay, we know from being in true crime and as creators, we do know that that again, just having, what was I going to say, Charmaine? Actually, hold on. It's just literally, I looked to my right and it just left me. As content creators, people and whatever, like I said, I don't know, you guys, I lost my total train of thought. What was I saying, Charmaine? I was talking about this. I was talking about Daniel. The reason why we wanted the live up. My bad. I found my brain. I'm sorry. I've been up since 4:30. So shit.
Vanessa, he actually, no,
What's that?
he told
Okay.
me he has email proof from the school that she did call, I believe, at 6:18 a.m.
Oh, thank you.
So if he's saying somewhere else that they didn't do that, he told me that he actually has email proof from the
Or,
school that it
and he
happened.
told Belinda as well. He told Belinda as well. Right? So that's true. He said it to Belinda. He said it to you on there. Going back to before I forget again, it was just simply that the live, okay, drama causes. So it's already out there, right? Everybody has it. So drama causes channels to talk about these cases more. I know this. It's a game. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. It's a game. So Daniel doesn't know this correctly, but the information was out there. People already screenshotted it. Why not put the why not put the video back up so that people really understood the context of it? You guys can still decide what you wanted to do, but he doesn't. But what he doesn't realize is that while he's sitting there saying that he's giving drip drops to the news to keep it in the news, trust me, the news, as we know, you guys, if this keeps going on, who are you going to go to, Daniel? Because the news isn't going to, like, you're going to get maybe one channel that puts it out. When you're talking about true crime, you're going to be blasted from all the different content creators, right? So drama does work. It does. It keeps these cases going. Even if the families don't like it, the thing is, behind it is the fact that the case is bringing it. Look at Sebastian Rogers, you guys. The drama has kept that case out there, right? And it's dwindling again. It's still out there, but it's dwindling. So again, that's why, to me, I sent Daniel a message saying, like, look, Charmaine sent him one saying, like, look, right? But he hasn't answered her back. And yes, I would like to put that live up for those purposes. Because why? It goes back to Jack and Lily. It goes back to that the content is out there. Why not hear the things that Charmaine said that Daniel meant? Because she was the one having the conversation with all the other parts of the conversation that you won't get to see, but it causes stir, right? And that's exactly what's going on right now. Like DD, slagging me. He might be using like reverse psychology on me. Like, I'm just going to blast her. And then she's going to she's going to want to give me those messages, or she's going to want to do this. Whatever the heck he's doing, doesn't matter. He's still creating awareness for the case, right? If it means like I said, booting people down and stuff like that, sometimes that's what causes cases to stay out there. How many people are in here? It's 2:35. Yeah, if I take slow-mo down though, then this just gets too many messages. I know I hate it too, but you can become a member.
Okay, I'm gonna go. So I wanna thank everybody that supported me on Facebook and here. I don't care about DD, don't get me wrong, but I hope that you guys don't have to do it for much longer, but I really appreciate it.
Anyways, love you, girl. I'll talk to you later. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. And well, let's just go back to this part quickly, okay? So people can screen grab that again. Again, just here to tell the truth about it all, and help you guys now, or some of you might change your mind about those so-called fake messages and posts. Of course, people are going to go out there and say that stuff, right? I mean, it physically could be Daniel doing it, saying that it's fake, but I can't see it. Maybe he's pissed off and told somebody, and then that person made one. But especially when they make it Pictou County, who cares? At the end of the day, if you guys see this and it's real, that's all that really matters. At the I always say at the end of the day. But I just want to go back to the main point, obviously, which is prayers to Daniel, prayers to Belinda, prayers to all the other family members that literally care about wanting to have Jack and Lily back. What happened to them? I really hope this doesn't turn into a Sebastian Rogers case. But to be honest with you, I mean, so like only by that video that we watched of the searchers, those are pretty much the same words in Sebastian Rogers' case as well. Like, well, when they need us, we'll be back out here if they need us again, type of thing. You know, haters gonna hate. I mean, you're doing something. Well, that's just it, right? Haters are gonna hate. We know we're doing the right thing, right? I know Daniel's upset, because of Malaya, but it's kind of like, well, why did you even bother to say we could put out that Charmaine could put out any information if you were just going to turn around and get upset? And why? So I understand, because it's the wrath of the internet. But what they don't understand, because they're not in true crime, again, is the awareness. Even if they don't like the coverage of the content creator, but they're still getting awareness for Jack and Lily. And we know that game. That's the difference. So that's my thing all along, is that there's some creators out there I can't stand. Other ones I truly, really like. Clutch some pearl. But anyway, it's just, it really is, no matter what, they're still putting out awareness, and if a lot of people watch DD, and then some people, this is what happens. Usually what happens when people trash a channel or make type of thing, usually what happens is you get a bunch of subs because of that. So if DD wants to slag me all day long and people happen to sub up to this channel so that they can come and get awareness, I'm all for that. Slag me all day long, dude. Keep slagging. I don't care. But that's kind of the way it works, right? And again, if you're a content creator, you kind of know that, to be honest with you. Has anyone referenced any historical drill holes, abandoned mines? Is anyone? Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. No, Maggie, it's not like you did post a link. It's just you didn't use your punctuation correctly. And so Streamlab deems it as you doing that. Let's see. Don't use a period. Yeah. But anyways, as for this part, hey, you know what? I actually know this word because I played RuneScape and I always had a heck of a time. It's like, is it neuromancer, something like that, necromancer, something like that. So there was this thing in RuneScape. Anyways, just saying. Anyone that knows that knows that. Charmaine, thank you for today. I appreciate you. That's so nice. Yeah, no, don't say sorry. It's just what happens. It's more the fact that you spent your time typing and then it wiped it out. So more like Streamlabs should say sorry to you for doing that. Yeah. It's too bad. It's one of those things. Unfortunately, it's like I liked watching DD too, up until recently because of the content. The whole Daphne one really ticked us off, or at least really ticked me off. Well, I think us, because like I said, Charmaine's the one that I didn't even realize, you guys. I did that live thinking everyone that information from Daphne, like it was just her thoughts for the most part, right? She was upset. But that post came out at 3:27 a.m. and I'm doing the live at like 5 something at night, right? And I'm like, how the heck is nobody doing a live on this? And I think it really was, for the most part, is that I feel like it's because I already knew who Daphne was. So the minute I seen the name, I knew exactly like that was the great aunt to Jack and Lily. So I don't think a lot of people realize that. And that's why it wasn't spread that much for that reason. But I knew it because, again, of her original post on the 4th of May saying, and actually she took that post down, I noticed. And because some nosy person said, well, who's your brother? And then I believe she said Joseph was her brother. But anyway, I see that post came down. And so, yeah. So the thing is that there was 5 posts that Charmaine sent me from a Facebook group that saw them on another Facebook, or the CBA, whatever you want to call it, news one. And again, so when you're only showing, back to DD, when you're only showing, so he grabs the information from Michelle After Dark. No slag to her on this, okay? It's just simply like, that's where he grabbed the information from. So you're a lawyer and you're like some freaking, whatever he always says he is. I always forget. I don't know why. Not a body language expert, but speech or word, then whatever you guys, whatever, what's that called? Steph, tell me what that word is that he always says that he is. But anyways, so when you watch someone that has paperwork, and I don't, because I don't need it, you just, I would have expected more out of him than that. I was really enjoying his coverage, of the Dylan Eller case and stuff like that. And, I was just really enjoying his content. But I was very upset that, like, you got lots of subs and you're a lawyer and you're doing that. A statement analysis. That's it. Thank you. Drives me crazy. I can never remember that. And so it's like, how do you just grab a post and then you have all these subscribers? You're a lawyer and you know to do your due diligence. And then all of a sudden, you're like taking one post and then calling that this is bull. I like him. I know he's just analyzing, but if you're gonna analyze, at least know the facts of what you're talking about. And you only took part of a post, and then you basically, in a sense, in really, you just literally bashed the aunt of Lily and Jack for this representation based on what, one post, because you didn't do your due diligence. So that's why I would have expected more. Definitely. I would expect less from me and more from somebody that literally, if you're a lawyer and you're a statement analyst or whatever, I would expected more than that. So I was very disappointed. And if you're going to sit there and throw shade, so I even put a note on his thing saying, look, I would be more than willing to have sent him the posts. I didn't have the actual link type of thing, but again, I didn't need to prove it to myself, and I really didn't need to prove it to him. So, like, how I feel about that a little bit is that, so you want me to provide the link for you, even though I already know it's true, but you want me to do this for you so that you can put a video out about it, and I'm going to do your homework. Now, in saying that, yeah, I typically would have done something like that. No problem. Put the truth out there. Absolutely. I said basically, maybe you can retract it or do another video with the actual post. I literally put the post to my community page, all of them, right? But that's not what happened. Instead, it's like watching somebody with this freaking ass ego, and it feels like he's too big for his own damn britches and needs to humble pie. And it's like, dude, you're coming off like you're an arrogant a-hole. And, I seen that in him. Don't get me wrong, okay? I saw that in him from the beginning. Again, he can be a statement analysis person. I'm a body language and freaking speech expert, okay? And that's just natural, God's given right. But anyways, thanks, Walla Walla Mom. Okay. So yeah, I could feel this arrogance coming from him, but that's okay. Dude, like listening to you. You can be as arrogant as you want, but it's a turnoff for me personally in real life. But I was just enjoying his content. He was like, do. Let's talk about this, play some, talk about it, whatever. Doesn't mean he's always right. That's like saying that when Alexa, our criminal profiler friend that hasn't been on for a while, for anyone that doesn't know, she's a body language expert and then a graphologist, okay? Now, I should ask her to come up here, to be honest with you. But anyways, so it's kind of like, yeah, so I was enjoying like just boom, 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 talk, boom, 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 because we don't know if it's true or not. But don't take one post and be this professional in a sense. If you're going to keep saying you're a lawyer and you're this, just do your due diligence. That's it, And if you fuck up, then just own it. But come off of your freaking high pedestal that you seem to be on. When you came in here that day, on the day that we were showing the receipts, and he said something like, well, I hope you're going to like open up like her Facebook and something like that. And it just came off as really bossy and really arrogant. And I was like, dude, I owe you nothing. You can kiss every part of my ass, but nobody is more special than somebody else, especially when somebody kind of has that tone of like, well, I want you to show it this way. Nah. Do I tell you how to talk on your thing? No. So, so that's my beef there. Do I hate the guy? No. Could care less, to be honest with you. Like I said, if he's going to bash the channel and say my name, say it. Say my name. Say my name. Thank you. Thank you for the subs that you bring to me because of the drama that you want to create. Is it bringing awareness to Jack and Lily? Thank you. That's what I want. Awareness to Jack and Lily, right? So if people come over here because of his ranting, go right ahead. Enjoy it. Come take the 2 posts that we put up today, Okay, that's enough said about him. And thank you guys. Thank you for sponsoring there. Walla Walla Bam. Walla Walla. I keep wanting to say Walla Walla Ding Dong. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ding, ding. Walla Walla Bing Bang. Walla Walla. Yeah, Bing Bang. Yeah. Also, I'd asked for pressure RCMP to bring David Pullitz in as a consultant. David specializes in the missing 411 phenomenon. Dave knows how to think outside of the box. You gotta love those people. Like in the United States, because we do cover a lot of United States, right, support staff. I am a recognized personality disorder traits person. What's your take then, Steffa? Go ahead. Feel free to say it, Steffa. What's your personality disorder? Narcissist? ADHD? What do you think? Fire starter, gas lighter? Anyways, wish that there was a recent good update for the kids search this weekend, but nothing. No. In the States, they have Dave. What was it called? Oh my God, I can't think of it. Dave from. You guys help me out here. Support with Steffa. Yeah, she is too professional with credentials. Okay, that would be good show, Steffa. I'm actually going to talk to Alexa. I'm going to ask Alexa, get your butt up here and come see me. She's been very busy, and honestly, I haven't messaged her in a while. But she's one of those friends that you just need to, talk to. And then at this moment, probably schedule some time. Whereas before, she used to be on the lives all the time. Right? Like I said, it's not, she's still a good friend. But I'm going to talk to her about this case. I'm going to talk to her about DD. And I'm going to be like, Alexa, analyze this, man. I did a video, Jack and Lily, but it didn't go far. Oh, did he? He has a YouTube channel? Oh, he caught back up, eh? Someone should, but no, that's the thing. Necromizer, Mancer. Okay, that's the thing. Rewards don't work. They just don't. It's so. Oh, I thought that was our Ben. I was like, Ben, where you been, bud? Different Ben. Hi, Ben Martin. That's a sexy bee you got going on there, by the way. I told DG come to this live. Yeah, I know you did. Like I said, I think someone earlier put that he wanted me to reach out to him. No. You come fill up my email, dude. You want to talk? You can sit there and message me. I don't need you. I don't need you at all. You're not the one with the information. Not that I'm gloating on that, but maybe a little for him. And at the end of the day, honestly, it doesn't matter. It's about Lily and Jack, okay? I mean, even if I'm joking around, it's always about the murdered and the missing. That's who counts. But we can joke around a little bit and have fun. Right, Dolly? Right, Dolly Vision? He knows it. But anyways, I'll give a shout out to his wife, PJ, because I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all the time. So it's like a perfect name. I literally had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich today, just saying. All right. I can't diagnose, but I have noted cluster B personality traits. What was I saying? Oh, you guys, sorry. And I could use a break for a minute. And if you guys want to hang around, because like I said, I'll still stay live. I mean, this is early for me because I got off at 2 today. Sweet. Wasn't 5:30, wasn't whatever. But let me play, please, because this is about the Vigil, and I really actually don't like. Meaning, I wish I could probably cut out the start of this live in a sense, and I wish I could just put it to a different video, because at the end of the day, this is about Jack and Lily and the prayer vigil. So I'm just going to play the tribute video that I had made for Jack and Lily. It's an awareness video, you guys. I have it single already out. So if you guys, thank you guys for everyone that hit the like and share on that one. I know they don't get the attention those deserve, but you know what? It's just, I do it in my heart for the children, always first and foremost. If a family member happens to see it, which I know obviously Belinda and that will, and perhaps Daniel, I'll send it to Malaya. I did send it to Malaya in her messenger there. I love PJ. She made Dahlia a better man. And most women make men a better man, to be honest with you. Not gonna lie. His thumbnails are really, yes, they are. They are. They absolutely are. It's just that everyone has their purposes. It's just not my way, right? And it's a turn off for me, is when I see that. I enjoy when he's joking around. He doesn't need to use. I get it. It's not like he's not one of the freaking other 100,000s that do, though. You guys see it all the time. I mean, at least his show's not one of those ones that you click on and it will show like Simon Cowell in his deathbed and then be like, did you know what happened to Simon Cowell? Or that one person that literally has about a celebrity dying, and YouTube lets that shit go on. Really? Yes, they do. And yet they'll sit there and give you a stupid copyright strike, if you use, this little content and you can't even edit it or something and just take it out. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a money game. This world is a money game, people. We know that, okay? It's all about the money. These rules of, here's our rules, yeah. So you'll let these dipshits, show body parts and stuff like that. And you let these people be slime balls and put out content that is clearly a lie and deceptive, but that's okay. But that's the way it works. Okay. We're talking about in general, Tina, about how channels, meaning we were talking about clickbait, right? Titles, but what I was referring to then became about how these channels that I come across, and it's like, right, they'll show like Simon Cowell as if he's in his deathbed, and then they'll have the title, have you heard what happened to Simon Cowell? Simon Cowell is dead in a car accident. And they get away with that shit. You know what? Maybe. It wouldn't shock me if you asked him. Maybe he does. Maybe his ego's too big. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But Daniel did say that people with millions of subscribers have asked. And that's why he chose this channel. Like, you know what I mean? He could have went to whoever. But it's because in Belinda's trust for us that's why he spoke to us. It wasn't because, at the end of the day, Daniel just doesn't seem like that guy that's like, like he's not trying to reap like the rewards, but he's smart. He actually is smart, smarter than I gave him credit for, to be honest with you. But again, that's like me, right? If someone said to me, do you want a new car, right? Or do you want a special Valentine's Day card from your husband instead? I'd be that idiot that took the Valentine's Day card because it had much more meaning than a stupid materialistic item. So that's the way I've always been, right? And so even when my mom passed away, my sisters took what they wanted to, more material stuff. I just took some love letters, from my great grandma or my grandma and my mom. And I just took some love letters. I took a couple pieces of clothing just so I could smell it. And that was it. And then I hopped on the plane, went home, and I let the other ones fight over the crystals and pictures and, all that other, material stuff in a sense. Because I don't care about that stuff. What's meaningful to me is something that's personal. Yeah. Charmaine offered 100% confidentiality, and then you posted his message. Oh, well, aren't you just a dumbass there, Wendy, eh? Wait, what dropped you in here? A little bit, but let's just see. Let's just humor you, Wendy. The family should not be on YouTube. It could interfere with the case. Not good. Family should stay off YouTube. Well, thank you for your unsolicited advice. The families can choose whatever they want to. And honestly, it's not going to change. Either you don't care like I don't. And where did you even get that Charmaine offered at the 100% confident? Like, take your stupid ass and honestly get out of here. Too. Actually, I'm just going to boot you. I'm just entertaining you for a second here. But you know what? Again, reap the karma you sow. When you go around spewing stuff that you have nothing and no awareness of, you just make yourself look even stupider, Wendy. So you might want to go back and change your name, right? Come back in here, say something smarter. Just saying. Oh, I will. I'm going to ban her now. 1 second there. Can't do idiots. Hold on. I got to do this so I can do this. Are you ready to go, Wendy? Go have yourself a burger. There you go. There you go. Walla walla boom bum. She did say 100%. Who did? Oh, so did I boot her for saying the wrong thing? The right thing? No. Hold on. Whoops. No, that Paul. Ask her. No, hold on. I think you guys are reading that wrong because she said if you want 100%. So hold on. So there's more like in the messages because I have them all, right? Like as the conversation's going on. But hold on, let me pull that back up, guys, then, and just to show you. I think it was this one. Okay. You know what? Then I feel bad for booting Wendy because Wendy was just, even though it's being read wrong. But I'm glad that you said that, Walla, because now I feel bad for booting Wendy. Because really she wasn't trolling like I thought she was. I was like, where the hell do you get that shit from? Right? So my bad. Sorry, Wendy. Go have a burger still. Okay. So let's bring that back up. So she said, in this particular post, oh, now these people are going to probably crop that out and take it for what it's worth. But you know what? Let them, because all we have to do is put where he says about the content that you can use. So that's not really whatever. So don't be doing that. The cheap people out there that would do that. So it says Jack and Lily were found and have to whatever, hear a note. Feel free to reach back out to me if you choose. 100% confidentiality. I always thought you seemed sincere. Right. She said that right at the start of her thing. Remember? That was the first thing she said. But guess what? Then the conversation. I should almost pull that. Hold on. But then people can still be cheesy on that either. Isn't that crazy what people will do though, now that I think about that? Because again, that was at the start of the conversation. And when she had a conversation with him, it was just going on as a conversation. He didn't even, like he said, no, thank you. And as the conversation progressed, then it was that, I don't even know if it's already out there. The one where he's saying that, yes, just be careful to the, remember that my kids will have to see this, blah, stuff like that, and blah, 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 blah. And don't be hard on Malaya or her mother. It's what he asked. Okay. She was out of line telling you how to run your channel. Hell no. On there. True. Bye, Wendy. He gave her permission. And I Miss Persevere. I don't know if that's one of the ones that was posted that Charmaine had said that in their original live. I don't really remember, to be honest with you. But either or, again, got the receipts for that too. So people can play their games because you're right. Okay. So it won't shock me. Okay. But you guys are smart enough, but it won't shock me if somebody says, she said 100% confidentiality. That bad channel. That darn bad channel. Yeah. And start playing the games. Again, what's it going to do? It's going to bring attention to the case regardless. So keep it up. DD made me mad tonight when he said you all lied and could be lying about the messages from last night. Yeah, well, that's, that must be the small dick syndrome going on right there, to be honest with you. Again, I know his type of personality. I know his games. I know how people do stuff, right? He's probably trying to use reverse psychology. He's just mad because we didn't do it his way. It's ego. I don't care about anyone's ego. I don't care about if content creators, whatever they do, just do your own homework. So it's actually quite laughable. I haven't even listened to it yet, but it's actually quite laughable. So that's fine. Again, if it brings awareness to the case, all good. Thank you. Thank you, DD. Your channel's a hell of a lot bigger than mine, dude. So like, you know what I mean? It's actually quite comical. I'm sorry, you just wanted to keep it about the facts on there. I don't know. Remember, facts about the case, right? That's different, right? This is fact, right? I can tell you right now, these messages are absolutely 100%, 1000%. I'll swear in my life, my child's life, my husband's life, right? This is Daniel speaking to Charmaine. This is fact. I'm sorry it wasn't put out, like I say, in a little tight little bow for other people and stuff like that. You're trying to do somebody right. There was a lot of conversation going on there. And a lot of the content, you weren't, like, as Charmaine was sending me the screenshot, a lot of that content, you really can't show a lot of it because it runs all into each other. So it's like sometimes in a part of a post or a message that he's sending, it's like he's saying this, and then all of a sudden he's saying something that you can say. So how do you really show that too well, right? So it's either you believe it or you don't. Yeah, that's all. Does anyone know the exact physical address? Yeah, it's 1407. Yeah, sure. It's 1407 Gairloch Road. That's out there. Okay. And actually, does it say it on here? Okay, so this is how you spell Gairloch, Gairloch Road, but it's 1407. Okay. Okay, because that's absolutely fine to put out there. Let's look at this again. Now, I quickly wanted to play that tribute video that I made for Jack and Lily. If you guys need to go take a leak or give the water, a drink, go right ahead. Go get yourself a coffee, popcorn, something to eat. I don't care. So I want to do that. And I want to present, share screen, Oh, no, I hate it when I do that. Video file. That's what I want to grab. Video. Anyways, I love you all, guys. Honestly, I'm really appreciating the love and support. It's so refreshing. We keep this channel nice and clean from trolls. Okay. Again, it's never about the amount of viewers, subscribers we have. If it means keeping trash in here, then no, we will not do that. So just so you know, I do appreciate you guys talking with each other, supporting each other, giving the thoughts. It's nice. It's nice where you can just look at people conversing, I'm not here that people need to stroke my back or anything like that, at all. But it's just nice when people come together and you guys are all nice. That's what's really nice. Thank you, Sunshine. I'll come back to that post. Let me just quickly hit this video.
A little girl and a boy went missing one day. It was on Friday morning, the 2nd of May. People went searching in the woods there outside for 2 little children named Lily and Jack. The girl was just 6 years, the boy he was 4. While others were sleeping, they walked out the door. As time it went by and turned into days, no sign of those children, the news it did say. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack, who walked out the door and they never came back. Lansdowne Station, it was their own. In Nova Scotia, there they did roam.
Let's persevere.
Let's not forget them, and let us pray for the two little children still missing today. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack. Who walked out the door and they never came back. Who walked out the door and they never came back.
Okay, so 1 second here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so again, that one without the stuff around the border, because I totally forgot to take that off. That one's out by itself, right? In my videos in the video section. Okay, so again, if you guys could just go there, give it some love, like and share. Again, spreading awareness, that's what really matters to me. I want to just go back here to, let's see here. We'll start with Tina prayers. Sebastian, absolutely. Oh my, I'm still here. I thought you were closing out the live. No, well, I wasn't quite yet. Here, let me put this up so it's better. And so sunshine on a rainy day. Thank you so much. Walla Walla Bam. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for the hearts and prayers. I know it shows up differently in here when you're using the emojis, but in the real chat, it shows up. But in StreamYard, it shows me just as Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. So was hoping the kids were going to be found last search. Still hope, never give up hope. Yeah. Absolutely. God bless Lily and Jack. Again, Miss Persevere, Lily. Let's see here. I like how Lily's name is Lily, but it's spelled, you know how some people spell it Lily, and then other people spell it, which is the way that the family typically spells it, is the 2 L's on there. You've seen the bus driver put it up that way, I believe, in the family, right? That's how I knew it was double L's. Lily and Jack. Rhonda, thank you so much. Stella, thank you. Sharon Parker. Again, Jack and Lily. And like I said, so there's a drama out there right now. I mean, every now and again, it creeps up in my life. I don't like drama at all. And to be honest with you, I really don't. I'd rather, like I said, just, be nice and kind to each other type of thing. Just like DD there, if he would have just simply answered me back and said, hey, can I get those 5 posts? I would have said, absolutely. No problem, dude. If you want, simple as that. So I prefer it that way, but I don't sit there and dictate my life about the drama of YouTube. I got over that very quickly when I was on the Delphi case. Okay. You guys want a case? And it's just I'm probably sure Lori Vallow or Summer Wells, those cases. Thank you. It's a Grammy Jane. Welcome. Hi, Lisa. Thank you. The Real Me, Crochet. You're welcome for that. See, just like I said, I will do anything for anyone most of the time, if I'm able to. Absolutely. No trash allowed here, but we have to still respect, right? Still have to respect the family in this matter. And hey, again, if Daniel's wishes for that thing is down, but we'll see how that goes. It's a crime and shame. Thanks. And Charmaine, for all your hard work. I know you're amazing hearts, and it's been watching you for years, and you're still the same person. Thank you. I just keep it real. Am who I am. The only difference here is that online you have to be feistier, so meaning if there's somebody in chat bullshitting type of thing, but if there's somebody in real life, talking ignorantly like that, I'd absolutely say something. But the thing is that honestly, I really surround myself with a bunch of good people in my life, and that there's not very many because I preferred it that way. But it's just that, like I said, my day is laughing, joking around, working on YouTube videos, going to work, and playing with my cats, right? Little suckers come in there. Do you hear my husband? He's like, F off, I'm dying in one tick. He's a gamer, We met gaming, by the way, RuneScape. July 11th will be our 10-year anniversary for that. And he landed here on Weed Day in Canada. He's from the UK, and he's my. Steph has said something. I already read that one. Thank you, Steph. If I didn't say your name there. Okay. And yeah, like I said, my life goes on. It's these families that hearts are breaking, you know? And I just think it's very sweet and kind that people can bring awareness and share, come to these cases and talk about them. But this channel definitely demands respect for everybody, right? Just a nice group of people come in, have your chatter, have a different point of view. And so, RuneScape, we met on RuneScape. I'm not sure what game he's playing right now because him and his brother, it's like changing their underwear every day. It's like, what game are you playing today? And he's like, and he'll be like, oh my God, what game does he freaking play? Oh, I can't remember. All of a sudden, he says it all the time. They're all the shooting games. Can you hear them? Damn, they're like two little girls with their voices. So many bodies of water on the property. I targeted rich area for Davidogs to work. I target rich, probably take months and months. Yeah, you know, I really don't want to see a Sebastian Rogers case going on here. I just didn't like the words that searcher said. Okay. Is that because that just reminded me so much of what they said about Sebastian Rogers. Like, you know, if we get any leads, you know, we'll come check them out. Yeah, he moved for me. He certainly did. You don't understand, right? So, okay, side story. Feel free to leave if you want and come back. Hi, Drippy. How are you? Just a side story. So, I was married for 17 years. Well, hold on. I was married for 2 years, but I was with someone from 15 to 26, 11 years. Okay. Then I met my husband, my ex-husband now, pretty much in that same year. We didn't get married till 2000 and something. You know, we basically within 6 months of meeting my ex-husband, I was pregnant. 2 people, tarot card readers, honestly told me I would be pregnant in 6 months. And I'm like, shut it down. I ain't planning on doing any of that shit. Right. Because I was just tired of being in an abusive relationship. And again, I have the life experience here of a lot of certain things. Right. But anyways, so was 17 years. That's my son. My son, again, he just gave me a granddaughter named Thalia, and my son's 28, and that's with my ex-husband named Steve. So my current husband named Steve Austin. So we've been married. So I was dating a bunch of douchebags in Whitecourt in Charmaine, like where Fox Creek is right now. Little did we know that how close me and Charmaine lived together, or lived so close together. Anyways, so after the divorce, I didn't do anything for a year with men at all. And after a year, I went on that stupid site called Plenty of Fish. And then I realized that in a transient town where it's an oil filled town, what a bunch of douchebags, right? It's like, it's like having all your toys, your sleds, your snowmobiles, your trucks, your whatever. And yet the minute they opened their mouth, they were just douchebags. Yeah. So I got tired of that after a while, went back to gaming and playing RuneScape, which is one that my son, I started RuneScape because he asked me, Mom, this is when he was 5, Mom, can you please do this? Because Joe has better things than I do. You got it, son. Absolutely. What would you like mommy to do? Right? Ended up being that me and my ex-husband and my son, we all played RuneScape. It was like one big fam down thing on there. But anyways, so when I decided to go play RuneScape again, right, I came across this narcissist, freaking ADHD. You want to put every freaking class of disorder into one. That was this person. And I was like, but I can fix you. I can help you. You know, I can make you see a brighter light, and I can fix all your problems. Oh my God. Women, you guys know those freaking sapsucker narcissists, they leech to the people that have the biggest hearts, and they just like freaking suck to you. Like, I'm not even kidding. Okay. But anyways, so, got rid of him, and he was just an online person, right? You know, that little fake dating crap that you do, but you're not really going to ever see them. But anyways, and then in my chat room in RuneScape, somebody invited this person called Steve Austin. Okay. And so one day I was hanging out with this guy named Mike. And I said, hey, and this one day I hadn't seen Mike in about a week. And I was like, because I knew Steve was from England as well, as same with Mike. I said, hey, Steve, by chance have you seen Mike? And he's like, no, but if I see him, I'll let you know. And just the conversation was so sweet. All of a sudden, about 3 days later, so I'm basically talking with Steve now because he's in my group chat, right? And I love the name Steve Austin. Don't know what he looks like or nothing like that. Doesn't matter. We're just talking. And all of a sudden, this Mike person comes back. Oh, no, let me rephrase that. So I was one of those people that, hey, I got no problem going on camera. So I was like, hey, you got a camera? You want to freaking Skype together? And so he was like, sure, but I'll have to get my camera out of the attic because I haven't used it. Kept his word. Next day, got his camera, talking on Skype. Douchebag little Mike comes back about 3 days later, acting like whatever. And I'm like, really? So you literally just let me think you were dead or whatever was going on type of thing. So I was talking with Steve at that time, and I could, for some reason, I could sense, of course, me and my husband are both counselors, but I could sense that he seemed a little sad, as if I was going to ditch him to go back and talk with Mike. So I just said, well, just hold on a second. So I went over to Mike and I said, don't even feed me your shit. Don't want to hear it. I would rather hang out with Steve any day than you. Basically, goodbye, right? And so I go back to Steve and I said, well, I got rid of him. And then me and Steve, it was one of those things I knew. Okay, you guys, don't tell him this, but I knew that I had him I'm 50, going to be 56. Okay. In July 3rd. Okay. 69, baby. Good position, good song, good year. But anyways, my husband was born in 1990. So there's a 21-year-old age gap. Now at the time it had nothing to do with that because I was just talking with him, but I was working at the hotel and he said, all of a sudden this about a few days in, he goes, do you know when you're going to be back? And because I was playing it cool, I was like, yeah, I like this dude. He's really nice and all that stuff, but I'm not attaching myself to no man or making it seem like, well, I'll book some time for you tomorrow. No, but then all of a sudden he says to me, do you know what time you're going to be back home? Because I'll wait up for you. And I was like, oh my God, hook, line, and sinker. You're falling for me, aren't you, dude? But it's okay because I was like, man, this guy's really nice. I could tell he's an old soul, and I could read between the lines everything he was saying. Let me just tell you this. It was like pixie dust, fairy dust, whatever you want to call it. It was like magical dust. And me and him just fell. Honestly, it was like an instant connection though. Like not right at the start, obviously. But the minute we just kept talking, it was like, just instant. So one day I was joking around, right? And because he was so nice. And I said, you wouldn't think about coming over to Canada here, would you? And then he said, thank you, BMX. I have the oily skin. So yeah, and most people don't think I'm as old as I look for sure. And I don't think I'm as old as I look, but anyways, and I think it's kind of like that aura too, right? Like I'm not some miserable grump that sits there, because you know how people looked a lot older, like my grandma when she was 50, it was like ripple chip face and stuff like that nowadays. And I don't even use cream, by the way. I don't use anything like that. I very rarely ever I'm one of those ones. Yeah, I'll put some minor makeup on typically nowadays, and just so I feel at least a little bit human. But other than that, but anyway, so I said to him, you wouldn't consider coming out to Canada here, would you? And he said, wait for it, ladies. He said, for you, I would. That's how he said it. For you, I would. And I was like, well, bless my heart. How sweet was that, right? So whenever I talk about it, so I was like, really? And he was like, this is what he said again. Wait for it, ladies. He said, and this is in a very short period of time, okay? He said, I don't want anybody else to have you. So yes. And you know what he did? He sold everything he owned, right? So that he'd come over to Canada. Now, don't get me wrong. There was a freaking ticket home in case it needed to happen. All right. Right. Well, that could be the case, Sandra, on that one. But anyways, so it reminds me of the Pretty Woman story. Yes, it is romantic. And it was just, honestly, I've never experienced that type of hardcore love, like where you just, your heart hurts so badly because this person is just amazing and, you know, he's everything. He's got a frick, he's from England, he's got an accent, he's young, to me, he's hot, you know, and it's just like it was like the universe said, you know what? You put up with a lot of shit. It's here. Here's some good shit now. And anyway, so it was almost like the Pretty Woman to me when he's like, you know, nobody else is going to have you. It's like, hold on, let me just do this right. It was like, I'm coming for you, Sonny. And I was like, you get your ass over here. Now, it took a month for him to get his ass over here because we had to save and had to get the passport. He had to do stuff like that, right? But so whenever I think of my husband's magical romance, like love off the internet through gaming, I'm just like, I'm coming, Pretty Woman. I'm coming for you, Sonny. And I'm just like, yes, yes. So, you know that song by, what's her name? You know, I could have had it all. Well, I do have it all. You know, my husband's such a good man. I mean, sure, he can be a shithead at some points, but I can be probably a shithead back. But we rarely fight. We had a moment about a year and a half ago where he was being a bit of a bitch. And I was like, yeah, you need to stop that shit. But I understood because he was stressed out really bad. You know, he felt like he had to take care of everything, kind of like what Daniel feels like he's doing. And my husband totally felt like the hero for sure. But, you know, my husband, he's such a good man. I mean, my husband, just to be braggadocious for a minute, you know, and like when I say stuff like this, like even think about Daniel, how he feels about Malaya, right? Right? He feels like he gave her a new life, took her away from a lot of hurt and pain, and he was her protector, right? And then all of a sudden that stuff happens about the 5-minute thing, right? But anyway, so it's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of that. So that's why whenever it comes to love, you know, you really can't tell somebody how to feel, even if they're getting walked on or whatever, right? But, you know, my husband, he can, I mean, shit, what can't my husband do? He can frickin', you know, he can weld, he can, he can do plumbing, he can do electrical. He can, like, he builds amazing, what are they called? Lighthouses and windmills when he's in his spare time and stuff. And then he sold some last year on Facebook Marketplace. Sold them for a cheap price. He only sold them for like $150 each, when really those things should have been more like $250 each at least. But anyway, so he just, what can't he do? So sorry, haters. Right. Not only do I have a young husband, so when I get old, he can take care of me, then, you know, he can just do it. He can just do it all. And I'm so proud of him. And honestly, he's the best man that I ever met. And including any father or stepfather I've had, my husband's the best person I've ever met. Sometimes he's been a little bit of sometimes because, you know, his brother's here and they start acting up and all cocky like that. But you know what? For the most part, I just let him do himself. I just let him come home game. I don't bitch, right? I just do live streams or whatever. But me and my husband very much love each other, okay? And so 10 years, July 11th. That's my amazing story about my husband. You're welcome. Yeah, Dee Dee, you get jealous. You probably don't have a relationship like that, by the way. So I'm going to go back to you guys. So that was just a sidetrack. And I know I probably lose viewers along the way, but I don't really care because you know why? Because this channel covers stuff. And then sometimes we just literally shoot the shit together. You're welcome. Yes, you're very young at heart. I am. I've always been that way. Life's too short. YOLO. Everyone at work, you know, they know me for that. They know me for the sunshine. So whenever I look out the window, I'm like, you're welcome. And they go, I know, Sonny brought the sun today. Yep, 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 yep. I'm kind of cool like that. I don't think I'll ever feel old in my heart. I might grow old, right? I have a very young heart, you know. You throw me a freaking colored balloons in my face, I'm like a little kid in a candy store. Shoot up some fireworks out there, all the color, oh my, you know. Anyways, now I do realize I have, like, even though this is coming from the light, and don't get me wrong, you guys, I do have a light filter on, right? I mean, I'm sure if I get closer, you might see a wrinkle here or two, but for the most part, I appreciate where I'm at. You know, and I'm not some like my grandma ripple chip. I finally got mine too about 10 years ago. Nothing is better than My husband was originally a booty call. Look at you guys giving us sheer dirt. Thank you so much. I just had my gallbladder out. I could use some good shit too. My gallbladder exploded, Drippy, and it's still in there. So I hope I don't ever have to have it taken out. I hope I'll be dead before then. Thank you. It is. It's like my little fairy tale. And so yeah, so it means a lot to me and my husband. On our anniversary, after the years, we'd go up to this place in Saskatchewan, in Saskatoon, and honestly, you guys, we would get this. They would always give us this big penthouse suite for $250, regular like 450, and it was totally 80s. It had the big lips on the wall, and it had this spiral staircase that took you up to the next floor. And me and my husband would travel there. That's when we lived in Lloydminster, but each year we'd go in there for about 3 years until we left Saskatchewan there. But anyways, yeah, that was, like I said, I have pictures of that real cheesy place, but it was cute, and it had big sauna thing. Anyways, it was just nice. And then we'd go gambling because the restaurant that was attached to it had those little VLT machines. And this one day we were playing as we were there, because we'd just go there for like 2 nights typically, because that was about a couple hours from Lloydminster. But anyways, this one particular time, I don't know what was wrong with the machine. I don't think it was, but I just kept getting these free spins after free spins after 20 spins. So I literally got so bored that I literally went outside, and at the time I smoked, went and had a smoke, come back, and that thing would still, had probably about 75 spins left to go. You surely do have a superb confidence to share some of your story with all of us. I am there. I'm not there yet, but man alive, surely resonates with me on many levels. Yeah. Honestly, I was a very private person about my own personal life stuff. But yet if somebody asked me something, I would answer them honestly. But I never really shared my life too much. And mostly, I think, because I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. But what I realized it could do, Brenda, was that, like, having a YouTube channel, was that because I was in a very abusive relationship, the first one, and when I say very abusive one, it was very abusive, okay? And I don't need anybody to feel sorry for me, because I take my lickings because it's my own fault for staying. But, when somebody, like, literally kicks you in the face or throws a remote in your eye, throws you into a bathtub and stuff like that, after a while, like, you just sit there and go, like, why would somebody that loves me do this? And yet I stuck around, right? On there. But it made me a very strong person. And so with that came a very stronger personality, because I was like, you know what? I ain't taking no man shit. Any man try to control me anymore, get out of my way, because I'm coming through. My ex-husband had to take the wrath of that for about 3 months, until I was like, fine, I'll calm down. I'll be nicer. Like, meaning, when I say I'll be nicer, anytime he did something I didn't like, I'd just say, leave, there's the door, bye. See you later. I don't need you, because I didn't, right? I was too busy being mad about the fact that I spent 11 years with someone that tried to control me, tried to hurt me. And I couldn't understand why people do that to someone that they love. But at the time, I'm naive, right? And you feel like that you love them, and you just take it, because they always say sorry. They always say, like, it's okay, right? And the sorry word became nothing to me, right? And so it's just one of those things, is that I became a lot harder, because I was like, you know what? When people want to know a damn answer and they want to ask me something, I'm going to give them the answer. And if they don't like it, too bad, because you asked me for it. If you said, does my hair look okay? And I said, or that shirt I had on looked good, and I'd be like, no, not really, then don't get mad at me, because, right? And that's kind of how I feel here with these kind of messages. Like, don't be mad at us. If you said we could share stuff, and we were just trying to do it with our best intentions for you, type of thing. But anyway, so yeah, so then I just got really hard, and I had to pull back, because I was too hard. Basically, I was like, I don't need you, to any guy, You don't want to date me? No. Why? Because I can tell you right now that there's nothing about you that interests me. Why are you so judgmental? Because I already know. Thank you. Have a nice day. Close the door. Right? And that's how I was. I didn't care. It was like, no, I can tell you're a loser right now. See ya. So you don't want another date? No, I don't really. Thank you. Wait, you want a date and then you cancel? And then you want me to get ready again tomorrow for you? Not going to happen. Sucks to be you. Have a good life. Bye-bye. Right? And then all of a sudden, like months later, some of these guys come back like, remember me? Do you want to go on? No? Remember I told you? Once I'm done with somebody, I'm just done with somebody. Simple as that, right? Doesn't matter if it's a creator, a person in real life. If I'm done with you, I'm just done with you. That's the way cancer people work. We're just like, see ya. Have a good life. Fuck off, type of thing. But anyways, so it was always because for me too, like having about like an empathetic heart, right? Because I always had the empathetic heart, but I just hated being controlled. I hated people that I let walk over me all the time and stuff like that. So I've always just been a truthologist. Once I came out of that relationship, I just became a truthologist. It was like, you want to hear it? I'll tell you it. You want to hear about my life? Okay, I'll tell you about my life, and if you don't like it, too bad. There's maybe 2% of my life I wouldn't tell, maybe 3%, but that was about it. And then men would call me mysterious. I'm like, are you kidding me? I just could literally lay out my life for you. What mystery is there about me? But yet, for some reason, they kept saying, you're mysterious. And I'm like, okay, I'm not, but okay. Or they say something like, no offense, this isn't ego boosting, but they go, there's just something so sexy about you. And I'm just like, I'm the least sexiest person, okay? I don't even try to be sexy. I don't try to do fish lips unless I'm joking around, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's not me either. It's not like I sit there and get up in my freaking high heels that I've never worn ever. I was more of a tomboy, really. But, the word sexy and sunny, now it kind of rhymes, but whatever, But anyways, so it was just always about being a truthologist and always doing my best to help people. That's how I've been. That's why, it is frustrating when you're trying to portray that to people that don't know you. And you're just trying to be a realist and not a bullshit, like no bullshit type of person. And so when people try to knock that down from you, it does bug you, of course. I mean, it does and it doesn't, right? It's just the fact that people actually try to do that, because I never in my real life go out of my way to literally be ignorant to somebody or whatever. And the same thing on YouTube. But if I get offended because somebody said something on a channel about our channel and we're being dicks about it, yeah, I ain't going to be so nice to you then. Sorry. What comes around goes around. Right? So people go, well, you're just bashing this person. Well, let's see what they just did. Because I just didn't go do that, But I also do sometimes vent about people that are clickbaiters and stuff like that sometimes. But I kind of held, I only lately a little bit because of this case, a little bit. I don't get caught up in the drama, and I won't get caught up in this drama either. Because inside I'm internally smirking because I know that it's just going to create awareness to this case. And I'm sorry about I've been talking too much. Your eye candy? Let me see. Look. Yeah, you look like a big orange Skittle to me in that picture. Definitely eye candy. I don't like Skittles. Just saying. No, just kidding. No. Sorry, you guys. I've been talking. I'll just shut up for a minute. I guess it's my channel. I guess I'm allowed. I mean, it is nice when somebody else is up here with me as well sometimes, right? Chitter chatter. So you guys don't just got to listen to me. Bottom line is this is my channel. Created it a long time ago, actually, but never used it for a long time. I just made a couple funny videos for friends or cute little videos for friends. And I only brought it up 5 years ago to actually use it for this purpose. Bring awareness. So for all those people, like I said, that's why I was kind of getting to that point there where it's like, no, we got to stop. We don't need to keep justifying ourselves to those posts at all. It's either people believe you or they won't, because you could have the most authentic thing in front of your face with everything and you're still going to get trashed around the internet. you know? And then there's other people that are like, oh my God, that podcasters are the best ever. No matter, their shit don't stink worth nothing at all, right? And it's kind of like, I get it. I just get it. I get everything, to be honest with you, you know? And I get Daniel. I get, you know, if he's being authentic, being authentic, like no offense there, but there's some of the things that were said in those messages that you guys won't see. Some of it's very eye-opening if it is true, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is very eye-opening in certain things. It's Crime and Shame. Can you explain why there is numbers beside our names? Nope, I can't. I don't know. There's something about some crown that YouTube came out with that, you guys, how does it work? The more you chat, the more you do it. I think the more you talk, the higher your crown goes. Beautiful life with all my huskies. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Huskies are gorgeous. Miss Purser, I have no kids. It's pretty common in men and won't be. I get it done to a. Whoa, what sentence is that, Drippy? Men get it done to a lot. Oh, okay. I had to go back to that one. Sunshine on a rainy day. That number is when you post in chat. Yeah, so it is to do with that, eh? Miss Persevere, pregnancy can trigger gallbladder disease. Used to walk around with my upper right abdominal pain. Yeah. But I thought it was pregnancy, but it was the gallbladder. Yeah. What volume? If Brenda, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but is it that you have to go out and come back in? Everybody else is fine, right? Only because I'm way behind. Here, let me scroll down here. Actually, I'm not too far behind anymore. My number has a crown. I guess we are royal. Of course you are. Not as royal as my husband, obviously. Truly heartbreaking. May their spirit surround you with comfort. Oh, wow. I thought it was a currency. That's funny on there. Let me, you guys, I'm going to take myself off for a second. Whoever sticks around. I'm just going to play one of the music. I'm not going to play the tribute. Just going to play music. I just want to go see if there's anything else out there. Okie dokie. Just going to go see if there's anything else out there. So give me a moment. You guys can stare at Jack and Lily there. I'll be back. And whoever stays, stays. If so, I'll see you. Hi, Olivia. YouTube streets are crazy. Olivia, when are they not, to be honest with you? Sometimes there's a lull. Okay, I'll be right back.
Winter's here, the snow is falling out.
More positive.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up the sides. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Baby, I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do, cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wild.
Hey guys, I gotta
Watch
check
the
this
time
messenger.
pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up the sides. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
Okay, let's look at this one. 1 second. Let's see. What does anonymous member? Oh, I didn't share it with you guys. My bad, my bad, my bad. First of all, you gotta love those anonymous members. Those people always have the facts straight. Just saying. Thanks, guys. Glad you're enjoying the music while you're waiting. There's a Vigil by German and Daphne. There's a Vigil by who? German Erd and Daphne. Not sure what that says actually. Charmaine. Okay, let's get into this good post. Okay, so anonymous says deception detector. He doesn't deception detective. It's not detector, by the way. Anonymous member, get your facts straight. Get them straight. All right, let's see what he says. Okay, YouTube just released a video saying that the interview is a hoax. Wait, hold on. A channel on YouTube just released a video saying that the interview is a hoax, and the ladies who run the channel have been caught in a couple other lies. Charmaine? Charmaine. The lie detector. Are you sure? I feel like we should take a lie detector. Daniel, what do you think? I think we should take a lie detector. What do you guys think? So Charmaine puts back. Let's see. Anonymous member 728. Hey, you're not even special. 728. What's that? Not true. He wants me to take screenshot recording of the conversation. He threatened. Oh, there's our post right there, isn't it? There it is. Why didn't you call back, Charmaine? He threatened to post a video. I refused. So he posted it. Believe what you want, but I don't think I'd fake call myself in a panic to remove the video. This is why we took it down. Well, there's our post. I already made it out. FYI, I was sleeping, which is why I didn't answer. So remember this, people. It's 4-hour difference. These phone calls were coming in at 6 o'clock, like 6:40 something in the morning, I think it was. Actually, let me just take a look at that. Let me just, what were those times? I have it. Let's see here. So I have people all over the world bashing her. So, of course, this fake post here, Charmaine, that you make it, right, is 6:44. Then you don't forget, Charmaine, you must have called yourself back, obviously, at 6:46. I'm not sure what time this one is because it doesn't say, but obviously it's kind of like bam, 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 right? So, Charmaine, I just don't know why you didn't wake up at 6:46 to answer that phone. Shame on you. Honestly, shame on you, Charmaine. Or, let's see, is this a guy that's just madly in love? And all of a sudden, it's like he didn't realize what was going to happen and people are going to bash Malaya. And all of a sudden, he panicked because if Malaya sees it, maybe the detective didn't even call him. I'm thinking more so that he just said that just so we can take the video down. Because that sounds like a little bit of far-fetched to me that some detective... Did you say some detective, by the way? Let me see if that's true. Charmaine, did he say that a detective called him? Let me just get the facts about that right. Make sure I get that. Because if I was wrong in saying that, but I thought that you had said that to me. That's some sort of detective. But anyways, just want to see if that's what he said. But anyway, so yeah. So, I mean, just bad on you for calling yourself back to back like that. Heaven forbid. You're such a moron, right? Obviously. You said she was caught in making up stuff. And another case. Yeah. And guess what, guys? Guess what's going to happen? It's going to create a stir. And there's going to be more awareness for Jack and Lily. Yay. That's what we want. We want answers. We want a stir. We want stuff to move. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I mean, it took Charmaine that long to find it, to be honest with you. This would have happened right away because we all know people are in here for not good purposes, regardless. And they're not talking, right? They're the ones that come in here silently like slime and do whatever. But whatever, right? Again, it's just what's laughable about this is that, like, honestly, I don't think Charmaine's going to start feeling bad anymore. Because at the end of the day, right, again, it creates drama for that, for these ones that want to keep bringing it up and talking about it. I'm talking about it today. But that's just because it's, again, it's just actually humorous, to be honest with you, because what they don't realize what they're doing is they're sending more subs my way. And they're also sending more drama into the case, which creates stir. Can't knock that stuff, really. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see Drippy. I see a lot of people from here. No, are you sure, Charmaine? You're going to give away our secrets like that? Come on. Come on, Charmaine. This is probably a fake wig, too. Oh, no, it's my real hair. My bad. On there. Anyways, watch someone go, let me just grab Sunny saying that about Charmaine. Oh, this is the way she talks about her co-host? Oh, my. Okay, let's bring the really important people back to stage here. Thank you, Charmaine. That was funny. And I just love it. You gotta love an anonymous member that they can't even use their real names and stuff like that, right? Those are the people that you gotta love the most. And did it come from a Facebook group? Anonymous member? No. I think you have some trolls in here screen. Of course I do. I know it. Just like I knew people were going to screenshot the live the other day. Of course, right? You always just wish for the best. But again, Danga doesn't realize that at least when we did that live, we weren't bashing Malaya, her mother, right? Just trying to bring awareness about the case. He obviously went into panic mode. I doubt. Wait, Charmaine, did you answer me about the whole detective thing? I just want to make sure, because I just want to make sure I got that right. Did he say a detective called him and asked you to take it down? I can't remember. I'd have to look at those posts, I guess. I don't use my real name. No, you don't have to, but right, but it's when they post as an anonymous member, right? Not like on Facebook. You want to make a fake Facebook account or whatever. At the end of the day, I don't hide behind my name. Yeah. My name is Sunny Austin. You can find me on Facebook under Sunny Austin. Will I add you? Probably not. Depends who you are. But I don't hide behind anything. If I say something, I'm going to say it. Right? That's how I work. Doesn't mean everyone has to, but I'm not that person. Like I said, it's like nobody's going to bully me. Nobody's going to blackmail me. Nobody's going to do anything to me, to be honest with you. They can try to hurt me, but this will protect me. This will protect me. But there's Looney Tunes out there, people. There truly is. Those are the people you got to worry about, to be honest with you. I swear, people that just do that to get, they do. They do. I mean, come on now. We know that people suck up to them like crazy. I mean, there's people that suck up to me, right, guys? No. I'm just like I said, keep it real. There's people that message, like I said, there's very kind people. I'm thankful that I don't get a ton of emails. Thank you. But then I don't really promote it too much either. And I don't do live call-ins. Not that I want to. No, I probably would. But I remember, like, in the United States, it's easy. Yeah, honestly, if you want to join me up on stage, type of thing, and show your face and something like that, and talk about a case sometimes I might do something like that. Other than that, because there's so many dirtbags out there, like, for instance, Dolly has call-ins and most people or whatever, but then you get those really weird psychos that call in and start, like what Christopher Proudfoot did in the case of Sebastian Rogers. Call up and start pretending he has a different voice, and then he goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm Christopher Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather." Nobody gave a shit. Yeah, I'm Paulette General. Most people think my real name is fake anyway. Right? Right? Helen. St. Helens? You got a general and a saint? There is crazies out there. But most of the crazies, no offense, but a ton of the crazies live in the USA. No offense, but you guys have 350 million people versus our like 35. Okay, you guys got a lot more crazy going on out there. And we had a few crazies here, obviously. But okay, getting back on track here. There was one little, like I said, thing is that this little heat's going to stir for a few days, right? And then people get bored because I don't really care that they're doing it. Then they get bored of the insults. I mean, look at Jay for Justice and this, what's her name? What chick is Jay for Justice always bashing? Anyways, it's like they literally do live after live bashing each other. And we're talking months later. And when I see these lives, I'm like, really? You're still going at it? So I don't entertain this, to be honest with you. I'll humor about it for like this live. I might crack a joke in another live. But honestly, I actually just leave that stuff alone. When you don't feed into it, then they get bored at Brittany. Yeah, Brittany. Yeah, that's her name. It's crazy. I've been a sucker up to you for years, but I never emailed you or bothered you. I don't feel like it's being a bothersome or something like that, I mean, I barely email anyone. At the end of the day, I've maybe emailed 5 content creators over maybe 6 over 5 years, perhaps. Maybe. Let's just be real and keep it at 10. Definitely under 10. My name is Vanessa, and this is me and my pick. Vanessa. I had a Pamela Anderson bod once. Now it's well hidden. Just saying. Now I got 2 Pamela Anderson bodies. Actually, to be honest with you, whenever you guys type in DD for short, I can't help it, but this is like DDD, okay? 3 Ds. Yeah. That might just be the case. Oh, I was going to play a little thing here on there. Do, 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 do. Now I got that jingle in my head. Okay, this is only like a minute or so long, guys. But we'll play it out. Minute and 18 seconds.
Another physical search for the missing Sullivan siblings in Lansdowne Station over the weekend. 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack have been missing for a month.
Thanks, support with Stepha.
Yeah, it's supposed to be there to actually run people up and down the pipelines.
Ground search and rescue volunteers once again backcombing the dense forest and expanding beyond the initial search zone. Search manager Amy Hansen says about 75 volunteers were in the woods on Saturday in an area where a boot print was located in an earlier search. Hansen says the conditions are challenging.
No, they were extending into newer areas that haven't been searched and finishing off and cleaning up some areas. The boot print was on the pipeline, which is why we're extending our search efforts down the pipeline. We don't know for sure it was from the children, but it's the only real thing we've had to go on thus far. So we're just kind of investigating that further. These people have been out weekend after weekend and day after day, putting themselves through this. The families are understanding and letting them come out. And we're actually starting to see some people that just physically and emotionally can't return to the search at this point.
RCMP say the investigation remains active and they urge anyone with information on the children's whereabouts.
Okay, where are we here? Where am I? I'm here. There we go. Yeah. My thing is this. Don't know how you guys are feeling about this part. Actually, let's put up, we'll put up, we'll put up this picture. Okay. I just don't think they're in the woods. Okay, Vanessa. Don't forget to send me a fruit basket. If that's the last thing you do in this world, you send me a fruit basket. Vanessa, this is me in my pictures as well. Oh, never really intently looked at it, but there's a little kitty in there. Big kitty in there, I suppose. Yeah, just remember that in your will even. Okay? I'm leaving Sunny Austin a gift basket of Fruit Loops. Diabetic Fruit Loops. Okay, but anyway, how many of you guys feel like the kids are in the woods? Anybody? Hi, little mama. I do not feel. Come on, you're telling me that these dogs at no point caught whiff of the kids, 2 kids scent in the woods? No way. No way. No way. And Michelle After Dark, she played some of the messages on the thing, or them all, whatever. And like she said, and I agree, everything is on the table. Everything is on the table. That includes Daniel, Malaya, the family members, outsiders, perhaps abduction, perhaps. Ain't no way that these children are in those woods. Again, this is them getting taken off the property to me in some which way, shape, or form. Right? Now, okay. I haven't let myself go there. Okay, so we need cadaver dogs, not scent dogs. Well, I'm sure that they probably use those, to be honest with you. I'm sure that, if Daniel's fully cooperating, then, and which it seems like he's doing everything that he should be doing. I mean, yeah, they're like, even in those messages, and I don't want to take this to heart too much, but he does say a lot of things about himself, like almost like, I did all this, I did all that. I'm the only one looking. I'm the one that, is running out into the woods to my thing, to like my throat hurts. I mean, he does say a lot of self things, but I still have to keep it real, that if somebody's being asked questions about stuff, and it could absolutely be true that her, like, okay, so Belinda had said to me, and I don't think she minds me saying this, but she said that her son said, which is a biological father, kind of said the same thing about Malaya, right? Like, I think Malaya is a very broken person, you know? So based on what Belinda had said, what Daniel had said to her, based on what the father of Jack and Lily said, I think Malala is a very broken person inside. And Daniel is, or at least he's coming across like, whether, again, we believe this or not, like basically like how I, felt about somewhat a little bit, not quite, because I wasn't broken when my husband met me. I was, but I wasn't, in a sense, right? I was just looking for true, kind love. Someone that literally didn't want to hurt me, didn't want to treat me like crap, stuff like that, right? And, from Daniel's perspective, again, take everything with a grain of salt. It's like he just wanted to, be with Malaya. Whatever happened to the relationships between Malaya and the father of Jack and Lily, or Daniel and his ex Christy there, who knows? Who knows? I don't put them in the equation of this case, to be honest with you, because I feel like that I feel like there's no way that the father that's not been involved in the children's lives for a few years is going to suddenly go, you know what? I'm just going to hold them for ransom, and I'm just going to take them and take care of them and all that stuff. I can't see him being that, right? And I really do feel like, honestly, that they've already looked down that avenue easily, and easily I feel like it was like discarded as well. So that's why I don't really care to talk at all or about Belinda's son, because I just don't feel like people can think about him what you want without even actually knowing the man. But whatever your impression is, you have a right to feel that. But I just don't feel like it's something. I don't like to waste my time on things that don't matter to a case, and I don't feel like his does, and I don't feel like Daniel's ex does. But as for Daniel, Malaya, and all that, the family members, oddities, and I hate to say this because I don't like to sit there and drop it like it's a breadcrumb, but there's some very questionable things about some of the stuff that he did say that really make you look at in a kind of like, let's say, a different way, but definitely with more side-eyeing to timeline. And like I said, I hate to do it like a breadcrumb. It's just that I'm thinking about it in my head, and it might be something that we eventually say or not. It's not. It's like it's one of those things that might matter for sure, but besides it coming out of, say, Daniel's mouth, it's either you believe it or you wouldn't, type of thing. But they're just not, to me, they're just not in the woods at all. At all. Now, I know me and Charmaine might see differently on this one, perhaps, or not, or you guys. But I still believe at this point that there's something to do with the family. I feel like somebody's definitely lying, for sure. I feel like there's mistruth, for sure, and lies. I'm praying that Lily and Jack are still out there, that somebody took them, for whatever purposes. Praying it's not some, pedo and stuff like that. But for the sake of it for now, I just want to believe that there's hope. Just like Sebastian Rogers' case, if there's an inkling of something that can make you think a different way, then I'd rather think that way and really truly hope, right? And it would be everyone's, everyone would be so rejoicing right now if we just simply heard that Lily and Jack were okay. But we haven't heard that. And it's been a month. And there's no sign. I don't think that they got these big clues going on here, guys. I'm not feeling it, to be honest with you. I feel like they're definitely investigating this case thoroughly, but they wouldn't keep going back out in the woods. That's their best lead, is what it seems like, to be honest with you. And then, Daniel said to Charmaine, again, take it with a grain of salt. I mean, he did to say, like he passed the polygraph test in that conversation. I don't think that was part of what we showed. You know, I mean, he did say it in a different way on the actual interview by saying, well, let's just say it's favorable. Either Daniel's duping us or he's totally sincere in everything he's doing. And that's just up for you guys to decide yourself, you know? It depends if, like I said, but you have to still be logical about it, right? Just, again, think about it. If someone's still, you know, just trying to protect Malaya, even if because we don't know the full story. I would love to know what Malaya's mom said to Malaya for him to say that there was this dirty look, like of disgust almost, like within 5 minutes. And this whole plan changed. What changed? Where's Jack and Lily? What changed? Where's the emotions, right? That interview is so strange. It's so strange. There's no denying that interview. It's just strange. You know what? Let's play that one again. Let's do that. I can't get enough of ever watching that interview because it's just so red flaggish. Okay. Again, look at everything. Think about postpartum. Think about no emotions. Think about whatever. Again, just think about it all. Let's just watch this again.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happened to just get out there.
You know, she said that part, you guys know, obviously, really, really weird, right? They're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go out on their own. They're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go out on their own. Not that they don't go out of their own, you know. She says her sentence is, like I said, veers off because it's like she's, again, projecting that they're always supervised, which I know. But she says, we tell them, you know, or how I always forget. It always gets twisted in my head. Let's see that again. Hold on.
And they happen to just get out. Always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens.
No, that's not what I wanted.
They're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go out.
They're not the type of kids we tell them not to go out on their own. They're not the type of kids to go out on their own. And it's like we tell them. And again, there's that sliding door. So we tell them not to go out on their own. Sliding glass door that doesn't make a sound. The kids you can guarantee went outside on their own. What kid wouldn't, honestly? What parent wouldn't let their kids go back and play? It's just ridiculous. So that's just a projecting of me of an absolute lie right then and there, right? The wording says it all. Everything about this says it all. You know, like I said, I'm here to cover a case in a sense. Try to be respectful as possible in certain ways, but I'm not, you know, I'm not here to sit there and go, oh, you know, Daniel, you're the greatest and Malaya's, you know, a big piece of crap, or Malaya, you're the greatest and Daniel's a big piece of crap and this and that and that. I always still want to keep it real with information, right? And this video is absolutely the epitome of not ever what to look like when you're giving an interview. Yeah, it's not that she has grammar issues. It's when you're lying that she has grammar issues. Because when you're lying about something, right, that's when these little slip-ups keep coming up. And that's why there's so many slip-ups here in this interview. So when you're lying, okay,
Side on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens.
See, again, she's projecting this entire lie. This is just clearly blatant lying. You know, she literally just projected to you that we always are outside with them. And she projected in that same statement about sitting there saying, you know, and they just happen to get out that quiet sliding door, you know, the one that doesn't make a noise. Sorry, that was my husband for a second. So this is absolutely something that she's got in her head how to say it. She's stumbling because she's lying. She's emotionless to this whole thing. That gets most of us because this is the next day after these kids are missing, right? There's no blatant hiding it. There's no tears. There's no true emotion.
And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up and I tell him.
Okay. Well, Daphne Case Files put a video mentioning you. Yeah, did she do it in a good way? Hope so. Okay, hold on. Hi, NS Hippie. How are you? I just got to check my messenger for a sec. Just want to make sure I'm not missing any messages. Kent sent an attachment. Oh, what's this one? Oh, that's the Vigil. Okay. Wow. We'll come back to that. Thank you, Kent. Unseen. Those aren't unseen. They're CBA News. 1 second here. We'll come back and watch that in a minute, but let's just watch this one out.
My partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no.
Okay, so Daniel said that was weird, the way she said it. Partner, like, why aren't you? Yeah, I get it, but it was the way she said it all. It was just weird.
And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the.
I mean, I literally can't say this enough. It's just all weird. There's no sugarcoating this. There's no, making stuff up in this particular one. It's just all there. It's like someone handing you a bag of trash, and going, thank you. Thank you for like the worst interview possible. You are so guilty is what it feels like, right? Doesn't mean she is, but this is not natural at all. This is not natural. What did she say there a second ago? Hold on.
And we get up instantly. Yeah, right. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them.
Yeah, I feel like there's mistruth on that one, right? And my gut, that pounding gut instinct just said, I knew something was wrong. Now, normally I would think if somebody said something like that, the mother, right? Their gut, absolutely. Am I buying it in Malaya's case? Sorry, Malaya. You're the one that put out this interview. You're the one that has to face the repercussions of this because this is a bad interview. Like, bad. If I could put this on a 0 to 100 level, this is literally to me, like, let me give it a 0, to be honest with you, because I could go down to negative something, but I'm being kind because this from start to finish is just a bad, bad, bad lying interview.
And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky.
Think about men, right? And this is where I give Daniel the, a little bit of a slide. I know men don't like to freaking cry on TV. They don't like to be these, they're the man. They kind of have that thing. Now, I'm just talking about your typical average man. They do not, right? So with Daniel, I have to always think, men don't like to cry. So they'll do stuff like this. They'll, kind of turn their head for a second as their eyes are watering. but they don't like to cry for the most part. And they do stuff like that. So for a man to not cry, but he's sad, I can absolutely see that. For a female mother not to cry during an interview that are 2 kids, not 1, but 2. 2 kids are missing. That is wrong. Like, that is not natural, right? I can see it for men. I see it all the time, right? I watch it on TV when guys do that thing. So that's where I can give definitely Daniel some slack there, right? Because I'm looking at, okay, he's crying. Is he crying at the right time? And actually, to me, he does. To me, he actually cries at the right time. You know, either he's the biggest actor in the world or he's organic, to be honest. But this is the mother that the children come out of your freaking VJ and you're not even shedding a tear the very next day. And you're acting like, oh, you know, just they're missing. You know, we love them all. Oh, by the way, we thank you for your support. You know, we thank everyone. You know, I mean, they could be abducted. I mean, it is possible. Remember, but she notes it down when she says that. Why? Is it because she knows that they were abducted within the family? Is this why this is so strange by chance? Is it not? Am I reading too much into that? I still think that this interview
children,
is so bad.
They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off.
Well,
they
that would be true.
They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the.
See what I mean? She's just like, you know, they just will talk your ear off. You know, talk. Let me just keep talking about how they talk, right? At no point, again, is tears coming out. At no point is the words Jack and Lily coming out of her mouth. At no point is this, you know, please, you guys, just help us. We just need to find our babies. You know, real tears strewing down. But no, she goes into that. They just talk. They'll talk to anyone. You know, they'll just go with anyone. They'll pretty much chatter your ear off. By the way, they're, you know, they don't know how to deal with stranger danger and stuff like that. But I just want to all of a sudden now say thank you for your support. You know, thank you for all you're doing. Oh, let me guide you to the abduction part.
Huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been.
See, that part right there bugs me too. Certain things really bug me more than others, a lot, but it all bugs me, don't get me wrong. But note the way her voice kind of tones down. It's almost like when you're trying to say something, but you're trying to make it look natural to say it, right? So that's how I take that, actually. So
Issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing.
Right? This is where, to me, that's projecting that, you know, because it's just like, again, when you're trying to insert something and make it look natural, because you have to try to make it sound like it's authentic, you know, but it's just like, you know, and I agree about that. But it's just, who do I agree with about that? Who's the snakes and the ladders and all this?
We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they.
Okay. So this again, I mean, I'm just going by my own thoughts. Okay, guys. Now this reminds me of that. So now I'm going to put out there that, so people are texting me. They're unaware, you know, so please just put out that Amber Alert for us, because it's possible. It could have happened. You never know. Never know. Not a tear, not someone breaking down, just someone that sounds like they've just controlled this, exactly what they're going to say. And I think that she stumbles because if you're lying and you're not even good at lying, or you don't lie, you know, like because 2 children are missing, obviously you're not prepared for it, because you don't know how you would naturally react. So,
We're missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining, and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful
all right.
that they are.
You guys know how I feel about this one. Drives me absolutely bonkers. For your information, we don't say surf unless a surfer. We say break. Only surfing waves on the Atlantic side of Nova Scotia, Bay and Fundy, high tides and tidal bores. No good surfing waves. Well, thank you, Drippy. Just I heard someone say surf, a slip, about putting them in water. I was honestly wondering where that came from. Her entire statement, tone, body language, energy, lack of emotion, unless she's on drugs. Right. Still. Got no tears. How do you still be on drugs and not naturally have tears for your two children? At this point, you're absolutely in panic mode. Okay? If it would have been a couple hours, at this point, you're in a ridiculous panic mode.
But
usually the guys have more control because they're the ones usually usually during these type of ordeals, the wife is freaking out and the husband's trying to control it and he's trying to take control. That's typically how these type of situations happen.
It's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the...
It's raining and they're probably soaking wet, but...
sun today, I'm hopeful.
With the sun today, I'm hopeful. Who the heck says that? Who in their right, normal brain says something like that? Well, it's raining and they're probably soaking wet, but today the sun's out and I'm hoping that there's a rainbow that just comes out of the woodwork there for me. I'm just hopeful. You know, it's sunny. Who said it? And then she does say, okay, misdirection perhaps.
That they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow.
So when she projects this...
But it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today...
Okay, it's raining and they're probably soaking wet. Okay, so if that's what you're saying... Right? This is what I'm trying to say this. If that's what you're saying, what about the abduction that you believe happened? Because you're saying it's raining, they're probably soaking wet. But if an abductor took them, are you really kind of going to say that? That, well, it's been raining. So she's trying to say, in a sense, you know, like, it's like she's talking about woods there. So this is where again, where I'm thinking, liar. You little liar, you. Because you're making a comment as if they're outside. And yet you're claiming that they're abducted. Meaning, naturally you wouldn't think, well, you know what? They're abducted. They're probably just wet and cold outside. The abductor's just standing them in the rain, you know, watching it pitter-patter off their little heads and stuff like that. Right? Or because you actually know and you're trying to direct it this way of abduction, but look at, you just screwed yourself in a sense by talking about them being outside. So which is it, Malaya? Or is the truth in the middle? Right? Because that's the thing, is that these people won't realize that what she just did there was talk about being outside in the rain and wet, but yet if an abductor had them, do you honestly think like you're going to sit there and go, well, you know, I just hope that they're, you know, nicely tucked in a, you know, nice warm cabin, you know, because obviously you would assume if an abductor has them, you know, typically that they're in the car, that they've been taken away to a home, a shack outside, something like that. But this one is, but it's sunny today. And I'm just hopeful. Like little orphan Annie, I'm just hopeful. You know, but don't want to say, oh, my kids want to come back. You know, oh, Jack and Lily. No, she's not alone, but she did something. It's just thinking it through. That's all I ever try to do is just think it through. I think about what Daniel said. I think about what Belinda said, in order of, say, things that Daniel has said, about school and different things, or postpartum depression, was the medication. I really tried just to, like I said, do my due diligence in my head and just go, okay, let me just think about this. Like, why is she saying things this way, as referring to outside, and then hopeful? And it's a hot mess from the start to the finish.
That they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them.
Again, sticks out, right? Like I said, we can just stop and start this whole thing. There's not one piece in there where you're going, you know what? You sound honest. You sound like you're sincere. You know? You know what? Said you. I don't know.
We just want them found. We want them home. That they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them.
Again, way the wrong usage of something. And it's more about the tone and how it's coming out. Like, I can understand it. I can understand those words if there was all this grief behind it. Like, like, we just want them home. We just want them found. We just want our baby, something like that. But this one is, well, we all love them. We just want them home. Just, no. That's what's bugging me, right? Is this whole weird ass tone of, so if it's not the stumbling, then it's about the tone. And the emotions. It's just not there.
Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism.
Okay, so I thought because Belinda had posted this autism thing on her Facebook, right? And it said something about mothers with mothers with sons with autism or something like that. So I thought to myself, oh, maybe the paternal dad has autism, and why she's saying about autism. Asked Belinda. Said, do your son have autism? She's like, nope. Okay, so we go back to the possible autism, right? Somebody said that to her. It's not checked out factually. So you'd look like an idiot if you said it was factually. But just the fact that she even put in the possible autism. Okay, so then they're near water then, probably. Definitely in water. Because that's exactly where children go, right? What? Drives me crazy.
It's just they have issues with school, and they.
Yeah, definitely monotone, right? Someone that lacks emotion. Now, what reason is that? Why are we seeing this lack of emotion from the mother? Like I said, I'm not Daniel. Daniel can do. Oh, okay. Shamari said that there's pictures of Daniel and Belinda at the vigil. Let me just take a look here. She may have got to refresh it. I gotta wipe my eye. It's just getting really tired, and it wants to water. Like real tear come down. Excuses are like assholes. Everybody has them. talking to myself. So we're gonna put up these two pictures. So give me a sec. Let me take some of these down. Remove from studio. Remove from studio. Okay. Put the image file. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to bring them up the other way because I think it's important. I really do. Let me get rid of some of these posts here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to clean this up down here so I can post away. There's a couple pictures. Okay. Go to here. Okay. Present, share screen. Okay. This is Belinda. Need a close-up? That's Belinda. Hi, Miranda. True emotion or fake? What do you think, guys? It's damn clear to me that that's true emotion. How you doing, Miranda? Okay, anybody else? What do you guys feel? Just tell me your honest answers. True emotion? Walla Walla. You think that's a hidden smile? Look at the eyes. The eyes say it all, to be honest with you. Always look to the eyes for the answer. Nice to see you, Miranda. Yeah. Anybody else? True emotion. That's how I... Whoops. You guys got to see me up close and personal. Totally hit the wrong button there. I'm going back over here. Accidentally close that. Well, we're going to grab the next one. So that's Belinda, okay? The one that talks to me, which is a really nice lady. She's just really sweet. She's just, she's a really good person. If you guys, like I said, she's her own person, like we all are, right? You wouldn't want to be judged because of maybe the son didn't spend too much time in the children's life after the relationship parted and stuff like that. But he's his own person too. Doesn't mean she's happy about it, but it's her son. Okay, so we'll cancel that. Now we gotta grab Daniel's picture. Now think carefully before you say this. Okay. Let's present his true emotion. True emotion. What do you guys feel off Daniel's picture? I see two things, actually. Two emotions going on here. Oh, here, let me make it bigger like I did with... What do you guys think? Okay. Miss Persevere. I think then maybe there's three. I think it's... If I was to say my things, I would say myself. What do you guys think? Okay. I think that he's frustrated. He has that little bit of... definitely, I'm sure he's exhausted. But I actually feel true emotion of sadness, frustration, and exhaustion all wrapped up in one. It's almost like a little bit of it almost comes across, if anyone had no context to this picture in a sense, which we don't, but they would think probably that this person looked angry. If we took out the picture, the hand without Lily and Jack in the in the hand here. I think most of us would think that he has this kind of angry look. I see. Again, I see. You know what? I see it all. But I think that the main emotion, once I look past this, I feel like one of the biggest emotions is just sadness. Kids will always be at the heart of everything. But it's all there. To me, this is all wrapped up in Daniel's face here. To me, his eyes tell the story. His facial expression, it's just exhaustion. Of course he's exhausted, right? Of course he would be exhausted. What do you guys think? Let's see. So you said distracted thought is my impression. Something in the eyes. Exhaustion and frustration. Yes, true emotion. That scares me. Annoyance. Oh, I'm not really seeing annoyance. Like, I would classify that more on that bit of anger that feels like, you know, like, especially if you're doing this and the actual mother isn't there. And if he's having to deal with this stuff, like, I'm sorry, but I don't know the story. I don't. But what are you fighting for? Are you fighting for Jack and Lily? Or are you fighting for a relationship that's probably seen the sail go away? Yeah? Right off into the sunset here. If what she has done to him is true, based on what he's saying, and how he has been the caregiver in this, and how he said that in 5 minutes everything changed and that she had this look of disgust, and then, you know, is it true though? Do you feel like it's true? So either he's one of the biggest narcissistic people that likes to braggadocious about himself, or he's truly, genuinely legit, you know, a truthologist type of thing. Still believe you, Daniel. Still believe you at this point. I believe you. I don't believe Malaya. There's a difference. I'm just looking at everything as a whole. It does look like it, right? You know, he absolutely is. He's thinking of something. This is totally somebody thinking exactly of something. Don't know what that is for sure. But to me, I think it's just, I think it's more about the kids. Right? You got 2 kids, you know, around you that are like your own, call you dad, whatever. He's definitely thinking of something. How you don't say? It's not wishful thinking, to be honest with you. Something happened to those kids, and I don't feel like it was a natural circumstance of the kids wandering off into the woods. I don't feel like it was a stranger danger abduction. I don't. I feel like there's lies going on here for sure. And it's a matter of figuring out who's truly the liars in all of this. Who's lying? Somebody that has emotion, that has been talking to the media, you know, somebody that's consecutively doing what you would expect of a father. He sees himself as to take care of Malaya and these babies. And then you have someone hiding, not coming to the forefront, not even tagging the Vigil about or anything, right? We're not seeing any of that, right? What else did we see in those posts? Well, we see someone that's what? You know, should I call 911? You think? So what do you mean your natural gut instinct was to call 911 when you literally asked the question, do I call 911? What do you think? Somebody that's not showing emotions in the interview. Somebody that you feel like she's just absolutely lying. So whose side of the family would that be on? His or hers? If he's doing everything what seems to be right and he's not letting up in a sense. To me, my first hope was that they would just be found in the woods. Abduction was never my thing. Maybe partially because Ellie or RCMP said that they didn't believe it was abduction. I think they're wrong. I think it's a different type of abduction. I think it's family abduction. Somebody's lying here. It's either Daniel or Malaya or both. But why? It's just so striking to me what he is doing. But don't get me wrong. Everything's on the table. He looks really sad. He's deep in thought here, thinking of something. But he has this angry look. You know, almost like this anger look. What that anger is directed to, I'm not sure. Meaning, is it because I'm sitting here at the frickin' vigil doing this because I care, and Malaya is nowhere to be found at the vigil? Probably none of her family showed up. You don't think he'd be a little bit pissed? I feel like possibly this whole man's world, I'm just speaking in different, whatever. Don't get me wrong, guys. These children disappeared somehow at the fault of both of them. Okay, first and foremost. That part will be true. That's absolutely true. It was through negligence that these children are missing on both their parts. But it's why they were missing. Who took Lily and Jack? Are they still out there? Is Sebastian Rogers still out there? It's just a very eerie similarity to me. But he's doing all these things. I believe he passed a polygraph test. Absolutely, I do believe he did. Because he'd be the biggest moron to sit there blatantly in front of the world saying, I took that, let's just say it's favorable, into the news channel. That's more of an article. I don't always trust articles, for sure. I trust voices. He tells Charmaine he took a polygraph. He has the emotions of somebody that, like, think of Scott Peterson or Christopher Watts. You guys? Are you seeing that? Were you ever seeing that type of emotion out of those freaking ass killers? The ones that took their wives' lives and shit like that? Did you see a face that looks so sincere and deep as this one? Mm-mm. 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 He looks angry, is what he really looks like. Angry, sad, frustrated, exhausted. But this one, it's like he's probably thinking about Lily and Jack, thinking about how everything just went so fucking wrong and sideways. I don't see him as being scared. No, don't think he's scared. Daniel didn't come across like he was a scared person in those texts. He sounded like a man on a mission. And it's what it reminded me of in looking at these texts somewhat. It was someone that seems to be very aware of things. I keep wondering when his birthday is. Are you a Cancer, Daniel? Come into the family. If you're a Cancer, I'm believing you all the way. Because you know why? If you ever look up SKs, you'll hardly ever find one in the Cancer or certain groups. There's usually, if you look them up, it's like Scorpios, and certain signs that they all fall into, typically. Very little fall into a Cancer in that. Most of them fall into, there's about 3 or 4 zodiac signs that those SKs fall into. for birthdays, month. No. If what he's saying is true, and that really, he took the kids outside, and Malaya stayed back with the baby, and he took them on their little hunting trips, and that she was postpartum depression. He basically was taking care of those kids. They called him dad. They came to him. Like I said, some people might say, okay, well, you're just being a hero and you're the greatest and awesome and all that stuff. I'm just looking at everything. But there's still nothing to take me away from not believing him. I mean, he might have been somewhat of a bit of a jerk, with this whole thing or whatever. I mean, he hasn't even answered Charmaine. But maybe he'll come around. Maybe he'll understand. But maybe he's just too madly in love with Malaya and actually believes in his vision of them getting back together. Don't think so. I think you're barking up the wrong tree there, Daniel, unfortunately. Those were the 2 pictures that she sent for that. Okay, so we'll stop looking at those. Thank you guys for your comments. Thanks again. Appreciate that. Foul play. He's such a piece of crap to put blame on her and not be a man and come forward. Again, it's a totally different way than I see it personally, myself, but we don't know the truth. We don't know those answers. We can just rely on what keeps coming out. Hopefully the kids will be found. Get some answers. He's not drunk. Voila. Not drunk. He was infatuated. He might be over it now. After this, after doing a vigil for the kids, maybe there was some hope. I don't know. Maybe he knew if she was going to go or not. Absolutely, I do. I do. Everything points to me that way. Absolutely. Like I said, to sit there and go in the public knowing the RCMP is watching you, and you're going to sit there and pretend like you passed a polygraph test, you don't think his ass would have been grass if they really suspected Daniel? So I believe it. Absolutely. He was proud. Most people, again, he said he wasn't sure if he could share it. So he said, let's just say it was favorable, which obviously you know what that means. And chances are, he probably didn't know that he could share it. So that's why he just worded it that way. Because he probably didn't know the actual answer if he was allowed to or not. I'll ask Alexa. I'm going to send that screenshot to Alexa and when she gets back to me. Absolutely, Catherine. Sense of a feeling of loss and disbelief. You don't say. I know exactly what you mean by that. But they haven't confirmed it. It doesn't matter if they haven't confirmed it, though, Garnetta. It's a matter of what do you feel. It's a matter of if you've looked at everything and you think logically about how that would look to you if you literally fabricated a test in front of the wild world of the web and you constantly, it's one thing, like I said, it's everything combined. I think he passed. I think he took the test. Yeah, I did. Probably about 10 times, maybe more. I say good. Bring it on. Keep the drama out there for them guys. Right? It brings more attention to the case. Why not? He's not affecting me in any which way, to be honest with you. In fact, I might go watch it later, and I'll probably just have a good laugh at it because I just don't care. I literally just don't care. So it becomes all comical to me, but it's comical because of getting that people always come subscribe. People will play your stuff. It's about the awareness of the case. So if he wants to be on a bigger channel and bash the little channel, and yeah, you can love me and to have a different opinion, and hopefully one day we'll know the true answer. Absolutely. It would be a pretty boring life if everyone thought the same. Inclusive. Could have been inclusive. He didn't. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Okay. I was going to do something. I gotta yawn. Oh my God, I'm past 12. I've got to put 4:30, guys. He passed some other questions, but not others. Maybe. We don't know. It would be interesting, but we're not going to find that out, honestly. We're not going to know the true answer. Until everything comes out in the wash, we won't know the true answer. Kent shared me this. This is 2 minutes and 4. Is this the one that they screwed up on? Yeah, this is the one I think where they stopped it. But let's see. Well, what happened?
What could I do?
A rainbow, my favorite.
Somebody got.
Obviously, there's some lag.
On the bamboo wire. When the air's enough, there's no wire. Yeah, they say when there's enough hot air, there we go.
You're welcome. I don't say hi to me. Max went out without a hit.
There we go. There, she's away now. Up, lift, lift. There it's going. There it's going. There.
Don't hit the wire. It's going.
Oh. That's going the same direction. Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second here.
Answer the kids being found alive after all this time.
Oh.
If they were in the woods, then that means they were exposed to the elements, and they are very young too. It's absolutely heartbreaking, but I feel the case will take a more investigative approach now. Police wouldn't elaborate on whether they think foul play is involved or not, but
That's Evil Exists, which I'm pretty sure that Evil Exists is CBA News. I'm pretty sure he is. Now, I now call him Attorney TT. 1 second. I'm pretty sure that Evil Exists, that this is, that CBA is him. Why? Because I always see his footage on it. Anyone else agree with me on this one? I feel like one is the same as the other on that one. So, but let's go to, I will now call him Attorney Trained YouTube Bully, aka Loser. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Evil Exists. So, guys, got to give him a shout out because he did cover on there. So let me find that. Hold on a second. Evil Exists. Oh. There he is. Evil does not exist. Come on now. Let's go. Oh, I'm getting hungry, guys. I'm getting hungry. Share. Okay, so it was... Okay. Should be this one. Yeah.
Out on her channel, but has since been removed from this video. I want to give credit to a channel called It's a Criming Shame, who will be linked below. She has been doing great work covering this case, and had a conversation with Daniel. The texts were put out on her channel, but has since been removed because of the hate Malaya started getting online, and people twisting the texts to suit their own narrative. As many of you know, I share everything in a case, and at this point, the texts have made its way all over social media, from Facebook groups to TikTok. It's everywhere. I'm going to share them. Some of the things that Daniel had to say are definitely interesting, but like everything that comes from an online source, let's take it with a grain of salt. This text reads, Lily and Jack called me dad. They came for me for everything, never Malaya. She had no control over the kids. They were wild with her, and with me, listened and were well behaved. I promised myself I'd always be there for Malaya and the kids, and I am holding that promise. I only wish I could tell you fine details surrounding Malaya and her family and the disappearance. I'll let you know that Malaya was set to stay with me and the baby to leave with my cousin, but 5 minutes with her mother. Malaya changed. She couldn't even look at me. He also added that Malaya is not doing media. She has a lawyer that is the chief's brother from the reserve she belongs to. In another interesting message, we hear about Daniel's mother, and I think this text raised my red flags the highest. It reads, my mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. Malaya was playing on her phone. Mom came out and said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that mom was home. No tears, she wasn't scared the kids were gone. Just a look of worry that she got caught for something wrong. I am going to leave these texts here, for you guys to make of it what you will. For me, there are many red flags. I would love to hear from Daniel's mother directly, but she has never spoken out to the media, which I also find strange. When Malaya noticed the kids were missing, she allegedly asked Daniel if she should call the police, which is a major contradiction of the account she gave in her interview, saying that she called police right away, and it was based on her instinct that they were missing. Daniel also said the kids would go outside mostly with him, because Malaya rarely went out with them. He loves Malaya more than anything, and wants to relive their first date over waterfalls with the Daniel she first met. It's a crime.
So that, of course, is Evil Exists. So let's see here. Where's Evil Exists? Did we drop Dolly's? Can't remember. One sec. We'll just drop them both. Dolly. I can't remember if I did or not. I think I did, actually. Copy. Where's my bad. I appreciate that. Evil Existed. Actually, he did a really amazing job on saying actually the whole video. You guys think it was good? I thought it was really good. I thought it was well represented of the, just simply that it was from the channel. That, again, saying take it with a grain of salt, of course, but says that the channel does a really good job. Appreciate that. We do. And we appreciated the shout out for it. But I just think he did a really good, Evil Exists. He does really good, compactful, 2-minute type videos most of the time. Yeah, he is good, but I like the fairness of how he presented it all. That's what I actually admire the most, was just the fairness of how he said it, and that's exactly how it should be, like that. Just the fairness. We don't know, we do know, Charmaine knows she had a conversation, but that's what we know, right? To them, they're just getting presented with these. You look at it. Absolutely. Right. So looking at those texts, obviously, I can understand why, people were looking at Malaya in a different light. Don't get me wrong, right? The whole context of the conversation wasn't there and stuff like that. But I do want to say this. Daniel, although he did find things odd, he's not a dumbass either. I can tell that by the messages. Basically, he's saying, that there's things that made me, wonder about Malaya, the way she was acting, that day, and questionable. But also saying, like, look, I'm a truthologist. I'm just telling it like it is. Malaya was going through probably is probably going still maybe through this postpartum stuff going on. Who knows, right? And that he's saying, yeah, I took care of the kids. They came to me. They called me dad, right? There's part of me, like, so I get he's saying these things, but I also get he's answering questions and talking about how his life truly is with Malaya, but knowing full well that he loves Malaya. And we can call him stupid and we can call him whatever type of thing. Bottom line, it still is about Lily and Jack missing first and foremost. What the heck's going on there? And secondary, is the other shit. But it's one of those things is that, like I said, people can do stuff to you. They can abuse you like smell, and you take it and you take it and you take it. Daniel, the way he represented himself to be on with these texts was like, look, her life was not good. She had a lot of stuff in her life. She's very broken, basically. And I just wanted to take care of her and the kids, And he's like, that guy that, like, there are those husbands out there for sure, right? I would hate to see it if I would, like, first of all, me, when I'm married to you and I love you and you love me back, I will go to the end of the earth for you. I will stick by you all the way through it. Why? Because you're my husband, and that's the way that it should be done. Yeah? You don't kick someone to the ground, whatever, all because now they've maybe lost their legs in a wheel, to a wheelchair and stuff like that. When you truly love somebody, you love them all the way through, the good and the bad. As long as you're not being abused and all that stuff, that's the way I look at it. I think Daniel is a man's man, that he's, whether you think that he only worked one day or a week or whatever, I feel like, again, if you have love, does it matter if you live in a shit shack in a sense? But if you really truly care about somebody, and I think Daniel just really, maybe at some point he'll be fed up, maybe not. I don't see them getting back together. I'm an eye person. I don't like Malaya's eyes in this picture. I don't like it. I'm looking through her soul when I'm looking at that picture. Now, Daniel's, the light's catching on him. If I saw this picture and just based it on how I felt about somebody, if I just went on this picture, I would say something was up somewhere. Hers, different though. I see Malaya's just by the eyes. I see her as more self-absorbed personality. Yeah, I see someone that's more of a pity me person type of thing. And maybe she has a lot to be pitied for, but I'm kind of under the belief that, life deals you a bunch of lemons and then you make lemonade. And it's okay to feel sorry for yourself. But, I don't want to speak about the postpartum depression like I know about it, because I don't. I just know it's real. And I know that there's so many cases out there where women have talked about their postpartum, and it's not good. It's not a good place to be. In that picture, I don't like his eyes. Well, of course you do. You're probably a male Drippy. You're thinking, I know what Drippy's thinking. He's thinking, oh, no, they look soft. They look warm. Right? Because he's too busy looking at the skin and everything around it. and the coloring. I'm not fooled by that shit. Daniel, there's something mystery about him, though. There's something about Daniel that's mystery. Don't know what that is. That's what I see. Oh, I gotta give Evil Exists. Did I already post Dolly's, you guys? Did I do that? I think I did. I can't remember. So, and like I said, I always see his same videos on the CBA, so I wouldn't doubt it if CBA News is his channel, like is his postings. And that's where you'll see like Daphne and Belinda, you know, you'll see a lot of them. Look at that stuff. Oh, thank you. Okay, and there's Evil. I just like the way he portrayed it in fairness. You know, it was non-judgmental. It was just a fair way to present it. I approve of that message. Are you a straight woman? All right. Okay. Well, I'm a almost 56-year-old, you know, truthologist and spiritual leader of eyes. That's what I am. You know, honestly, eyes are the gateway to the soul of somebody. For me, I've always just, like I said, eyes tell the story of somebody. I mean, shit words come out of their mouth too. I don't know, because there's something always about that. Because whenever I look at it, it's like his videos on there, right? She has the same eyes as me. Oh, she's not up there no more. No, Sharon, yours are more beautiful. That's wrong. That's wrong. I also believe her brother or his brother is involved. Yeah, I know we're on two different lanes on this one, but neither of us know if we're right or wrong, to be honest with you. You know what? I think that's gonna be it for tonight, guys. I'm hungry. It's 8 o'clock. I have to work at 4, get up at 4:30 in the morning again. And yeah, no, of course you do. Hold on, I just want to check something. Just bear with me for 1 sec. Sorry, I just didn't want to get sneak attacked by a coffee or something, and you know, because the last few days people have bought a taco, and that's where I wanted to look at my phone just to make sure that when I left the live today, that I didn't go to my email and go, oh, there's a taco on there. So that's what all I wanted to do, just make sure. Okay, on this, Christina Sweeney, thank you very much for becoming a member. Walla Walla Bing Bong. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Appreciate that so much, you guys. And yeah, great. Okay. I mean, it's a long live and I didn't care. I just wanted to hang with you guys regardless on there. It's definitely a live that people are going to have to sift through to find all the different stuff going on it. I don't do time things. I'm too lazy to do that stuff. I don't care. Like, honestly, if you want to talk about somebody who truly could have pushed her channel bigger in a lot of ways, that just doesn't have the energy to do all that stuff anymore. Yeah, you know, freaking Facebook, TikTok, you know, all the stuff, time things. I'm just organic. I just like to do things organically, you know, whether call it lazy, call it what you will. I just like to do things organically. And it's like, I just don't got, I know some people go, well, let me put it. No, I do not care to. I literally don't care to go, well, at 112, well, they got transcript anyway, right? All you got to do is type in a word, hit F1. It brings up like when you hit the transcript and you hit F1, you just search the word. So if there's something, you want to kind of look at specifically to say a word, if you type in evil exists, right, then it will take you exactly to the time we were talking about it. So, yeah, so prayers to Jack and Lily, of course. Biggest hugs again to Daniel and Belinda, and to, I'll say to Chelsea Gray. I said your name properly. One time during that live, I did say Chelsea. She was right. I swore up and down she was wrong. I heard Chelsea. Sure enough, I kept listening to the video, and when I was pulling up something, or I think I was showing that Chelsea was like that was the name or whatever, but I ended up saying Chelsea. Now I do have a really good friend named Chelsea, so it's easy for me to get Chelsea on that one. But anyways, and to Daphne Sullivan, the great aunt. But anyways, prayers to the whole families, to be honest with you. Because prayers to the whole families, because whether or not there's a family involvement or not, right? At the end of the day, prayers. If you did something, you definitely need prayers. Even if you did, sorry, probably in a rotten hell, but you still need prayers, okay? And if you didn't do anything or had no involvement whatsoever, this goes out to if somebody abducted or whatever, nobody did nothing wrong at all and they're lost in those woods somewhere. I don't believe it, but if they did, always prayers to Jack and Lily first and foremost. So thank you guys very much. Thank you to Charmaine. I'm going to send a couple pictures to Alexa, though. I'm going to ask her about that. And again, thank you for all those people that honestly and truly understand that we're not here to misrepresent cases, and put out fake news and stuff like that. Just know that, like I said, that's not us, and we wouldn't try to misrepresent Daniel's messages or any of the information ever. It's not how we work. So, for channels like I said, I really think that evil exists. Fair, right? It was just an honest, fair 2-minute video that he did there, and I appreciate that. So, and like I said, I got no problem giving shout outs to people. Anyway, DD Canada, you guys, bless you so much. Prayers, but always prayers to Jack and Lily, and hopefully answers. Have a good night, guys. Thank you so much. Stay blessed. Gotta find my outro at the moment. Did I find it yet? No, there it is. Okay. Good night, guys. Appreciate you guys all. Thank you.